And good morning, everybody. Welcome to Peggy's Place this morning here on KGUA in Gualala as we are kicking off our, no, don't want to do that. Hang on. And good morning, everybody. Welcome to Peggy's Place this morning here on KGUA in Gualala as we are kicking off our Ocean Life Symposium, and we are okay. We got a whole bunch of things going on. Peggy's Place this morning here on KG. I don't know why we're getting a loop as we are kicking off our Ocean Life Symposium, and we are okay. We got a whole bunch of things going on. Peggy's Place this morning. Why is that looping? I don't know why we're getting a loop as we are kicking off our Ocean Life Symposium, and we are okay. We got a whole bunch of things going on. Peggy's Place this morning. Why is that looping? I don't know why we're getting a loop as we are. I'm going to turn this off and see if that works. Okay, now picking up our Ocean Life Symposium, and we are okay. We got a whole bunch of things going on. Peggy's Place this morning. Why is that looping? I don't know why we're getting a loop as we are. I'm going to turn this off and see if that works. Okay, now picking up our Ocean Life Symposium, and we're stuck in a loop, and I don't know why. Peggy's Place this morning. Why is that looping? I don't know why we're getting a loop as we are. I'm going to turn this off and see if that works. Okay, now picking up our Ocean Life Symposium, and we're stuck in a loop, and I don't know why. Peggy's Place this morning. Why is that looping? I don't know why we're getting. All right, I'm going to stop the video for a moment. I'm going to turn this off and see if that works. Okay, now picking up our Ocean Life. We're still looping, and we're stuck in a loop, and I don't know why. Peggy's Place this morning. Why is that looping? I'm going to quit. All right, I'm going to stop the video for a moment. I'm going to turn this off and see if that works. Okay, now I can't hear you. We're still looping, and should we stop this? And I don't know why. YouTube. Peggy's Place this morning. Why is that looping? I'm going to quit. All right, I'm going to stop the video for a moment. Okay, we are off and see if that works. Okay, I'm going to leave the meeting and see what happens.
Yeah, I got it. Hello, everyone.
The Zoom area.
Okay, we're mute. Okay, go ahead and talk again, Scott.
Okay, Peggy,
See if I can try to see if I can hear it on YouTube itself.
Is it? Oh,
Because I'm getting images, but no sound.
still no sound on YouTube.
Well,
So
there's a delay too, so.
it says YouTube live.
We need to
Start. How about start video?
I'm hearing sound. It's like a minute behind, so we had to wait a minute for, yep, okay, good.
Woo, all righty. Okay, we have audio, we have video sound, we have live humans here.
maybe we should have smudged again this year.
You know, had the smudge out and I was going to smudge, so that's it. We didn't smudge ourselves.
Smudge, no.
We'll have to do it soon. Okay. Woo, let's start again. What time is it? So we're starting about 12 minutes late. Thank you, listeners, for being kind and helping us as we work through all of our issues here of easy technology, right? And this is also streaming live on YouTube for those who want to go to the KGUA channel on YouTube, where you will see the rest of today's Ocean Life Symposium. Scott Mercer, Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study, Tree Mercer, next door, wave. So, Scott, you want to take it away and tell us what we're going to hear today?
Yeah, well, first, it wouldn't be a symposium without these little issues. The first one that we did in Mendocino at the high school, we were racing time with PG&E's electricity shutdown.
The PSPS things
Yeah.
they do?
Yeah,
I
and
forgot
we
about
finished
that.
just in time. And then we went to a restaurant. Speakers and coordinators went to a restaurant, and the power went out while we were eating, which meant they couldn't run the credit machines and all that. And then last year we had we had some technical problems. The first one we did here, which was Symposium 2. Then the third one, which was last year, we had 2 bomb cyclones, one on each coast. We thought would knock out the power. It didn't, but Howie Garrett and in town here, Sherry Ebby pre-recorded theirs. And then as we were approaching the end of the week, and I thought we were home free, there was another one on Cape Cod. And one of my speakers, a former student of mine who runs she's a white shark biologist. Everybody loves great white sharks. And she had lost her power and had a tree across her driveway and managed to get a text out to me at 4:30 in the morning. So I filled in for her talking about right whales. So this little glitch this morning is right in line.
Oh, should we not do it in October? I don't know. Maybe we got to change the
Too close to Halloween.
That's right. Those gremlins are here early. Well, it just, stuff happens. And with all of our technology as quote easy as it can be to use, like you said, the storm cyclones and all of those things happen. Susan and I took a few days off a couple of weeks ago, and as some of you may remember, there was this big dark cloud. Somehow that got tethered to our car. For the first 3 days, wherever we went, it was either raining or slightly snowing. So that, that kind of stuff happens. So Scott and Tree, thank you so much for doing this again. And Tree, what do you want to give us some highlights of what we're going to hear later today?
Oh, certainly. I'd be glad to. We have 5 speakers scheduled to present today. And the first speaker is Dr. Stacey Ann Robinson. She is a professor, I believe, of environmental studies at Colby College in Maine. And Scott and I first heard her speak at a preserve where we live in Maine. It's the town just north of us in Wells, Maine. And they have like a monthly lecture series. This one happened to be what they call a lunch and learn. And so it starts either at noon or at 1. And even some of the scientists and the researchers that are at this facility, they could come and join in and hear these speakers that they bring in. And Dr. Robinson has incredible background. She's she's taught, I think, at Yale University and other really fine institutions. And what she's going to tell us about is the devastating effects of sea level rise on island nations. And her presentation was just so clear and inspiring and informative. And Scott, as I think Scott mentioned, we had invited her last year, and we were just so impressed by her presentation and her knowledge and her ability to communicate this information. And we invited her to last year's symposium. Unfortunately, the times of our symposium here on the West Coast, it interfered, it conflicted with her teaching schedule and her office hours back at Colby in Maine on the East Coast. So she could not join us last year. She said, I'd love to join you if you do another one. And she remembered. And this year, I believe she's on sabbatical and she had more time available and she accepted our invitation to join us this year.
That's great.
Go ahead, Scott.
Great. You said the effect of sea level rise on island nations, and that's going to be very interesting. I can't help but wonder if even on coasts like ours, where we're, I think, about 40 or 50 feet above the sea, the ocean, will we also start seeing sea level rise over the next decade?
I believe we will. It will affect all of coastal, North America. No doubt about that. It is real, and it's. I know that in some place in Manhattan, which is an island, they are investigating ways to, protect the properties from the rise of the ocean. So yes, I believe it will affect all coastal areas.
Great. Well, I hope we'll also hear about that as well. I think about the Inuit people in Alaska, on the coast of Alaska, who last week, or was it this week, they had major storm up there, and they had 50-foot waves.
Yeah.
And if you're out in the Aleutians or the Pribilofs, or you're on the western coast of Alaska, those little villages where they do live by the ocean, that's their survival. They fish, they hunt, they rely on the food and the seals and the walruses there. That must be terrifying to think about that. So this is really interesting. I'm looking forward to that. Scott, who are we looking to in the second hour?
Well, let's see. Is it
Jack?
Jack? Yeah, Jack Barkowski. We still haven't met Jack. I'm hoping to meet him at a conference next month. But Jack is a student at San Jose State and doing his master's work out of Moss Landing Marine Lab. And he's been with us, last year, and spoke about his work with entanglements, which worked nicely with three other speakers that we had last year. Jack right now is doing work with, actually we coordinated with him last year in November on the humpback whale migration, which precedes the gray whale migration. Humpbacks were going down the coast here in November, down to Central America and Cabo, Mexico, where they winter. And Jack got a hold of me and asked if we were seeing any humpbacks. And we were seeing a lot of humpbacks. Thane came down a day or so and helped us count. And the Cal Fish and Game had Cal Wildlife, I forget what they call themselves now, but they had split up the coast into zones. And where we are right here, we're right at the end of zone 2 and the beginning of zone 3, where they draw the lines. Point Arena is actually the end of zone 2. And then zone 3 starts right here at Gualala. And the idea was to monitor the movement of big whales out of this area before the crab year goes in. So start the crab season when there's the least chance of entanglements, which is kind of ironic because after the humpbacks come 20,000 gray whales. But the gray whales are migrating and further offshore. So perhaps some of that is mitigated by that, but by the fact that they're moving and not swerving around the way if you're a whale and you're searching for food and you're chasing food, you have a greater chance of getting entangled in vertical gear. So the gray whales at least are moving in one particular direction, first south and then north. So Jack's going to talk about that, and he's right now out counting humpbacks in different areas. When we were back east this summer, I got an email from him that he was off the Farallones and had run into a big group of 45 humpbacks feeding. There's a big group there. And so he had the highest count for the day because there were other people out in south of him and north of him. They haven't come in this area yet, the cruises. The survey is assessing the number of humpbacks. So we've been filling in with numbers. And he's working with Cascadia Research up in Seattle, which is John Kalambokitis. So we feed our numbers to John. John gives them to the state, who they're seeing and where. And at some point, the state will decide when it's safe to open the crab season.
That's going to be interesting to find out. And I can't help but wonder, we had Richard Charter on a couple of days ago, Richard Charter from Bodega Bay, who's, we just call him an ocean hero. But he was talking about the windmill farms that are going to be offshore, not just Humboldt County now, but all of Mendocino coast. And that too will mean the potential for entanglements from, or I'm making an assumption here. I should be asking you, will that make another place where there might be entanglements with traveling whales?
Yeah, it's a different situation here than the East Coast, where we come from. The East Coast, the continental shelf is much further offshore. So there's more sound impact that's going to happen there with drilling and blasting to be able to get these big towers into the substrate there. It's like Maine will be, oh no, that's oil drilling. It's another problem. Here on the West Coast, as you know, the shelf is very close here. In fact, off of Moss Landing, it's almost off the end of the pier.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It drops way off. Monterey Canyon starts right there and drops down very deep. Here on the West Coast, they have to be anchored down. These are more like floating, the way Richard was describing them. And you're going to have long cables and maybe some of them networking horizontally. The problem there is collisions more than I think entanglements. If I'm envisioning the chains correctly, the way that they're describing them. Now you have large whales. In fact, in August, people are describing what they saw as humpback lunge feeding that went on here when you had hundreds of humpbacks going by here and other marine mammals with them because of the incursion of huge amounts of anchovies. And we were just back east getting these reports. It was very frustrating not to see them. But people are describing how the humpbacks were coming up, their mouths wide open, pursuing and charging. Well, if you have chains hanging down there and their mouth is wide open, it could take the lower jaw right off. A large whale is moving quickly. Even the smaller minke whales, which are about 24, 25 feet, they pursue fish the same way underwater, charging and going after a we call a bait ball of fish. That's a concern there, is the collisions. There would be noise too, because once you have cables and chains and you have a floating thing, there's also noise. And Michael Stalker last year here in our Symposium 3, he told us last year about anything that's being pounded into the bottom, even here or anywhere else, moves a lot of animals out of that area. Just the digging and drilling, plus the pounding from the jackhammers, moves a lot of animals out of an area. So we need alternative energy. It's funny, Richard was talking about Bill Gates, smart as he is proposing a nuclear power plant that could explode.
Right. It's a real quandary. And so these are some of the things I was talking to Richard about, but some of your experts will be talking about other effects and the things that they're seeing in the ocean. And I bring all these up, I mean, because we are so lucky. We live here right next to the Pacific. We love it. And yes, there's the quandary about energy, which Richard and I were talking about. People are trying to move to electric cars. Well, you need a grid. Where's the grid going to get the energy? We're going to put windmills offshore. That's
Yeah.
part of the solution to that.
We hear a lot of, excuse me.
Well, I'm just going to say that, as Richard said, there's no free lunch.
Yeah.
There's just no easy way to solve any of this.
One
I'm
of the-
sorry, Treat, you can pop in anytime you want.
One of the
Oh,
concerns with electric cars, that they're coming from they're being powered by fossil fuel plants. Some are coal driven, some oil. So when you plug your electric car in, where's that originating from? A fossil fuel plant of some type. So I think that's what Bill Gates was trying to address, was something a little more harmless than the nuclear power plants that we have now with the radioactive waste, which lasts for thousands of years. But the idea he floated, as Richard described it, is not really a good one. You don't want them exploding.
Well, and they just can't be decommissioned.
Right.
That's the other thing. There's no way to shut one down. I think once they're built, they're there, and there just has no safe way has been discovered to decommission them, aside from the terrible thing that they could explode. Tree, did you have something to add to this? Hello.
I agree with what Richard said about there isn't a free lunch. To improve one thing, we might have to make concessions and compromises. I believe the term for that is a trade-off. I just hope that we can choose the sources and the methods that are least harmful to our planet. And if we could do that, I guess we'll have a fighting chance to keep this planet healthy and able to sustain, the great biodiversity that we have. But I am worried. I'm concerned, and you do hear some of these frightening predictions that we have until 2030 or 2050 before the scale is tipped in the other direction. So we just have to keep ourselves informed and aware, and try to make the right decisions.
Well, I want to go back to the purpose of the Ocean Life Symposium. What was your idea, Scott, behind developing Ocean Life Symposiums?
Oh, yeah, I can go back to the history of this. Thais, Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
And we had Nicole Martinson, who actually was interviewed here, I think, by Leanne Lindsay several years ago. And she had a 2-week-long exhibition over at the Art Center. And forgotten his
Andy
name.
Wellspring.
Andy, thank you. Well, the 5 of us, I'll go back a little further. Tree and I were thanks to you, we were at the Mendocino Film Festival a couple of years ago, preceding these Ocean Life Symposiums. And we went to one of the talks there. The woman was talking about sea level rise, and she had some pretty graphic footage of marshlands filling in and where people lived. They had to leave. And then she said, well, as it turned out, people were asking in the audience were asking, well, what can we do? And this type of thing. And someone mentioned Thais's name. I don't know if she was in the audience or not. I don't remember. But then there was a call if anybody wanted to talk later or something. I'm a little fuzzy on all that. But as we left the auditorium, I gave a woman who was one of the people involved with the film Tree's business card. I didn't have any of mine. So Tree got I forgot to tell Tree that. So a little while later, Tree got an email from someone she didn't know inviting her to a meeting. And that meeting turned out to be a large public meeting in Mendocino High School at night. And we went, and Andy Wellspring was a teacher there, was hosting the meeting. And it was a pretty good sized auditorium full of people. And they were all residents of Fort Bragg and Mendocino. And word had gotten out that the U.S. Navy was planning on doing sonar tests and weapons tests from Alaska to Mendocino.
I remember that now.
Further down into San Diego, which they have been doing down there. So we went to that meeting, and I did have some footage I found on YouTube of Ken Balcom, Howard Garrett's brother, and Howie will be on today later, and of a ship just offshore testing its sonar, and some orcas right on the beach moving in all directions trying to get away from this noise. It was just, horribly high pitched noises in their heads that they were hearing. And so at the end of that, talked to Andy, the teacher, and Thais, and Thais said she'd always had a dream of holding ocean symposiums to educate the public, because the big question that night was, well, what can we, this is horrible, what can we do? And the Navy was going to have a period of where you could send in comments, which a lot of people did, then found out later that they may not even been heard or read. And so Thais had wanted to get a symposium together. So we had a meeting at our house here in Gualala, Trees in my house. And at that point, it was just Thais, her daughter, and Tree and I. We came up with a framework for speakers and where to hold it. And then Andy Wellspring got involved again and got us the auditorium after lobbying with the administration. We got that, I think, for the free for the day. And actually Friday night, Saturday, and into Sunday. And so that was how the first symposium came up, was at Mendocino High School. And then the next year, because of COVID and so forth, Andy moved on to other things. And Nicole Martinson, the artist, was very busy with family issues and her art. And so that left, and then Thais was busy with community action program.
Yeah.
Action Network.
Thank you. Action Network.
Action Network, it's community action on the East Coast. So that left Tree and I eventually. So we did 2, 3, and now 4 by ourselves, with you guys hosting, and Thane, the engineer, and we had Leanne Lindsay last year. We had an army of people in here last year.
Right. It was, and you've got an army of YouTube listeners and followers, and I think that's great. I think the more, I love learning from you guys and from Richard about our relatives, as to use a native term, out there in the ocean.
Mhm.
And I can't help but wonder, with a lot of the sonar testing and whatever else is going on, is that why the whales beach themselves, to get away from the sound?
It could be that, or that loud noises, not maybe to get away, and also just if you had this horrible, well, actually, that first Mendocino High School on Friday night when we had the first symposium, a fire alarm went off. That thing goes really loud, and people are holding their ears. We're running out of the auditorium. The thing was hurtful. It hurt your ears, and it was just so ironic, because Richard Stalker was in the middle of a talk about racket in the ocean. So this alarm went off in the auditorium with strobe lights going off. It was, and just imagine what the animals in the ocean trying to go through their day, and suddenly that sort of thing happens, because here were humans running out of the Mendocino auditorium.
Oh, absolutely. It's debilitating. That's the alarm that's here on
We'd all
one of
forgotten
those
our
at the
school
station.
child protocol when there's a fire alarm. Get in single file and go slowly. We're racing for the doors.
I often say to people when we're talking about this noise, those of you who have a bathtub, just submerge your head in the water, and you start hearing, if you've got a washing machine going on somewhere, or there's other noises outside, they're amplified. That's what the ocean is doing to the sounds that whatever it is that's happening, that the racket that's being made, the big ships that are coming by, those are being amplified to those ocean creatures. So you can imagine how not that long ago it was somewhat quiet at the ocean, and now it's gotten louder and louder and louder. And now we're doing all kinds of things in the name of saving energy and making it harder. And I do want to say that's not why we do these programs, is to try and talk about how bad energy consumption is, but it's also to let us know about, as I was saying, using a native term, our relatives. I mean, we're all on this planet together, and how do we learn to live together? And we've learned so much from Scott and Tree and their guests as we continue. This is the beginning of this year's Ocean Life Symposium. This is Peggy's Place, by the way, if you just joined us here on KGUA in Wallala. And Scott and Tree Mercer, Mendonema Whale and Seal Study, are good friends. They come on once a month and talk to us about all kinds of ocean, research things and the people that they know. So today, starting at 10 after Peggy's Place and ending at 3, they're going to have an hour devoted to some very special guests that they are joining them this year via Zoom. You can watch it live on our KGUA Zoom or YouTube channel. Mm-hmm. And it'll also be edited and later posted on SoundCloud and other areas. But it's I just think it's a wonderful service that you guys provide for our listeners, and we all get to learn so much. So, Tree, who else are you featuring today?
Our third speaker will also be from the Wells Preserve back on the East Coast. She is a research associate. Her name is Laura Crane. Once again, Scott and I heard her speak just this past summer about salt marshes and how the changing climate and the rise in the sea level, how is that affecting the overall health of the very critical salt marsh ecosystem? You'll learn exactly, how important the salt marsh is. It has many functions, including a nursery for young fish, a filtering system to filter out pollutants before they reach the ocean. It serves a very, very important role in the overall health of the greater ocean ecosystem. And she is very knowledgeable. She's out in the field, in the salt marshes, several times a week, collecting organisms and data about the plankton and the zooplankton and all of the little organisms that live there. And she's doing some really interesting research on the salt marshes. So Laura Crane from the Wells Preserve, she will be, I believe, our third speaker this morning.
Do we have salt marshes out here on our coast?
We certainly do. This is universal. We do have salt marshes, and so that's why it's very pertinent, even though her research right now is primarily along the East Coast. This pertains to salt marshes universally.
Okay. Scott, who's next?
Next would be our old friend Howard Garrett.
All right.
You also interviewed right in this chair where I am a few years ago when he was talking about the highly endangered southern residents. He's going to be talking today about the Elwha River, which the dam was taken down a few years ago, and how he's going to describe how the river's coming back to life. 2 species of salmon are rebounding, which doesn't take too long once they have the water back. So Howard's going to be giving an update on that. And there's also controversy with the Biden administration has approved taking down the dams on the Snake River, which has been the big impediment to recovery of salmon. The Native Americans have been lobbying for that for years along that river. Like Howard has put out a film, Dam to Extinction, where the Native Americans are talking in that film about, they're showing across a big lake where they used to live when they were children. I mean, where the water is now. and where they went to school, and all that submerged now. They're under quite a bit of water. So that's a very moving part of that film, how they were just moved out and that whole area just flooded once the dams were put in. And it cut out the path for the salmon to spawn and come back. And then, also just sport fishing up there, as well as some commercial fishing. And of course, the biggest problem with the southern resident orcas is that they're starving. They're not getting enough food. And we've already also, there's always a celebration when there's a new calf, and then a little while later the calf dies because the mother is unable to support it correctly. So once you get these rivers flowing again, if we can, there's one political party that doesn't want the dams taken down. And like with this administration, that party is fighting Biden's decision to take down the dams in the Snake River. But that, Howard's going to give an update on that. And then
Okay, yeah, we're doing okay on time. But I want to ask you a question about the dams and the dam situation. Either who have the dams were originally meant to help create more power, but history has shown us that they barely contribute anything to the power grid. So I shouldn't quote a statistic because I can't remember it, but it's very, very low, the percentage of energy. Do you remember the percentage, Tree? It's under 10.
It's right.
Really
it's minuscule. It is not contributing much at all. And, again, it does not, the benefit of that small amount of energy does not outweigh the need to get those dams removed and get the salmon flowing back into the ocean. It really doesn't. It's not contributing any significant amount of energy.
It seems to me it's something like 2%.
That's what I remember. That was the number I think I remember, but again, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, well, you can ask Howard later. And then, of course, here in California, we have Shasta Dam. There are kinds of dams, but they're not contributing. They've done a lot more harm than good. And as you were saying, Scott, about burying towns where people live. I know up in North Dakota, I've been to the God, it just went out of my brain. But in North Dakota, the reservation there that has been dammed, and it's the same thing. Old villages under the water, and people now have to drive, I forget what it is, 40 miles around to go from one village to the other. And it's not doing any good. So whatever we can do to restore, put nature back in balance, since we're the ones that have imbalanced it. And it's just so hard. We've made so many mistakes as humans, in generations of trying. Some of it has to do with energy, a lot of energy, the idea of promoting energy and electricity. And now we're feeling the consequences. But with each decision that comes, as you talk to the scientists, there's so many other pieces of that have to be looked at, and so that it can be properly mitigated. And that's where we're at now, is having to mitigate the life on this planet because of the things that we've done. There's no easy solutions. Well, listening to Peggy's Place this morning, we're talking with Scott and Tree Mercer, and at 10 o'clock, we're going to switch gears. You're not going to hear your regular programming today until late this afternoon, because it's time for the Ocean Life Symposium. Just so important for all of us to learn about. A lot of their guests are from East Coast, but
it's almost half and half, I guess.
Half and half, but there are oceans everywhere, and the importance of the ocean life and what we can do to mitigate our mistakes that we've made and learn. There's so much being learned. That's the thing. I learn from you guys all the time, all of these people that are doing amazing research in this fields.
Yeah, and Stacy Ann Robinson, she was speaking about the Atlantic and the Pacific, was that sea level rise and how it's displacing people living on the island nations. So that'll cover a good part of the earth.
Mhm.
And you asked me before about sea level rise. I'm not sure that huge project going on in Bodega on Route right off Highway 1 off to the east
Mhm.
side.
Mhm.
I thought that was because of sea level rise and they were getting a jump on the highway eventually being flooded. And that's up high. And Richard has mentioned it several times, but I'm still not clear why that's being built. If it's just to expedite movement of traffic, or is that in advance of sea level rise flooding Highway 1?
I don't have the answer to that, but having lived right in that area
That's so
for
low.
Serena Del Mar, it's low, but Gleason Beach in that area has been crumbling for decades. And as those who travel the highway there just north of Serena Del Mar and what's known as Gleason Beach, there's just a few homes left
And they've
at
fallen
the,
right
the
in.
south side.
Yeah.
It's just been crumbling. And even though some of those homes are somewhat newer, within 20, 30 years or something, but the cliff is crumbling. And so I think that the idea is by moving Highway 1 further in onto the cattle ranches and area, it'll be safer. So not so much, I don't think, from sea level rise, it could be, but just it's a very unstable area there at Gleason Beach. And a lot of people have just built their homes with just literally, now they're literally hanging on. And when we lived there, you could walk from the beach at Serena Del Mar and walk all the way and under Gleason Beach, and you would look up and you would see the cliffs crumbling, and people would sue each other. The neighbors would sue each other, and they would pour concrete on the cliff as if that was going to hold the earth from moving. And so you'd see big cracks in the concrete, and you would see where those houses were the edge was getting closer to where those houses are. So that's what I know about it just from living there. The ocean, as we all know, is pounding of waves. I think a lot of people, and we see it, and we used to have, I probably shouldn't say this, but in the living along the Bodega Bay coast, we used to have visitors on the weekend, and we used to call it the Sacramento syndrome, because people would come from inland and they'd go out and to the ocean and not realizing how strong those waves are. I think, a gallon of water weighs 10 pounds, I believe. And if you've ever had an aquarium, that's the only reason I know.
Yeah.
And so you imagine all of the pressure from those huge waves, the power of those waves washing in. And every year when you live at the coast, you have beaches that disappear, huge boulders and rocks that are wonderful to see when the ocean is out. The sand is gone, then the sand comes back in, and have no idea that you're walking, 10, 15 feet above where when the shore washes out, where those big rocks are. So the power of the ocean is immense. I mean, there are people who don't understand the power of those waves. So that's what I think is happening at Gleason Beach, as it's known, is that coastline has just been eroding for a very long time. And so they're hoping, and yes, I think it might make the traffic flow better, but I really kind of hate to see it encroaching the way it is.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Hopefully it'll mean for safer traffic, and those few homes that are left. There's a couple of homes at the north end of Gleason Beach, but if you were walking under there when the tide was out, it's very easy to see the power of those waves. And I can't think of the word, but the almost foolishness of building on a cliff. All right.
Yeah.
Yes, you have a beautiful view, but that ocean is going to take that cliff away at some point.
Yeah, people don't like to hear that when it comes to building. Tree has some materials. We should introduce Leilani.
Great.
Why don't you talk about Leilani, because you know her a little better.
Dr. Leilani Stell. She's a professor at the University of Redlands in Redland, California, which is somewhere near Palm Springs. She's going to talk about the use of, well, you like artificial intelligence. She's going to talk about artificial intelligence and the use of it in photo identifying marine mammals, which I'm looking forward to hearing. We didn't, she said she's off in Europe with her daughter right now. So she had pre-recorded this So I'm looking forward to seeing what she has to say. In Symposium 2, one of our speakers, Tessa Foster, was a student of hers, and she did a talk on warming waters. Tessa did a talk on warming waters and the effects of marine mammals in the California Bight. And she was a student of Leilani's when she went to Redlands. So that talk actually was because of a project that Leilani had started down in, get myself into these things. Remember which beach? It's become the whale watch capital of the world. Dana Point.
Oh, Dana Point, Southern California.
Hobie
Yeah.
surfboards.
Yeah. And Ronald Reagan.
So anyway, Tree has some, that's all of our speakers.
I have a question for you. You use the term the bite. What does that mean?
That's BIGHT.
Oh,
And off New York, we have the New York Bight.
okay.
There are areas where you have areas of a deep area, a lot of upwelling because of the surfaces. And just very rich areas. Seem to be a lot of, at this point, gray whales and blue whales. And there's also a population of finback whales that move in and out of there. I was just reading a new paper on that the other night. Okay, if you two are ready, Tree has an update.
Oh, yeah, if I may just give an update on the gray whale unusual mortality event. The organization known as NOAA reports this on their website. And last time we spoke, they had not updated since June, and it's usually once a month. And I've been checking and checking, and finally, just this week, I found a good update on the gray whale unusual mortality event, or UME. This is as of September 21st of this year. And this they count the number of gray whale carcasses that wash ashore. And since May it started in January, actually, of 2019, when people were noticing just many, many more dead gray whales washing ashore. I mean, significantly higher numbers than usual. And that's what led to this unusual mortality event. So in the United States, this is the number of dead gray whales this year as of September 21st. Alaska had 16, the state of Washington 14, Oregon 4, California 10, for a total of 44. By country, Canada with 5, United States 44, Mexico 54. So this year, as of September 21st, there have been 103 dead gray whales that have washed ashore. But listen to this total since 2019, 606 gray whales. That may represent only 10% of whales that actually have died, because most of them sink to the bottom of the ocean and they're never seen. And the experts estimate, it's a range, but they estimate that only 10% of whales that die end up on the shore. So that would mean, since 2019, it's possible that the gray whale population has lost over 6,000 whales.
Oh,
that's about, yeah, isn't that just startling? That would represent about 1/4 or 25% of their total population. So even though the good news is that the trend is decreasing. In 2019, 216 were lost. In 2020, 172. 2021, 115. And so far in 2022, 103. So yes, it is great news that the trend is declining. That's good. But then when you total it all up and see how many whales may have been lost, it's rather startling. The experts feel that we don't know the exact cause of it. There are many things, many factors that may be contributing, including disruption of their food web in the Arctic, which is the gray whale's main feeding grounds, is in the Arctic, and it's being terribly affected by climate change and the melting of the ice up there. It could be, pollution, entanglements, ship strikes. So there might be many factors affecting this. But we got to keep our eyes out for those gray whales and hope that their population will recover.
That's the thing that I'm startled by is that we can count their population in the tens of thousands, the low tens of thousands. That's remarkable to me that there are that few. To me, that doesn't sound like very many on the earth here. But we can keep track of that. Well, you guys, we're just about out of time.
There's one mortality I want to mention.
Yes.
There's a humpback whale, Fran. His name was Fran. I'd be naming one of the naming groups. Fran is a teenage humpback that was killed last month in a ship strike. A speeding boat that hit Fran so hard it dislodged her head from the rest of her body. She's a female that had a calf with her, and we're hoping the calf survived. This was a humpback that had more data on it than any other humpback that Ted Cheeseman has with Happy Whale and also Cascadia Research. And she's a very viable whale now that she's out of the population. And this whale was so beloved among whale watchers and people who study humpbacks that there was a memorial service for her on the beach a couple of nights ago. And then Ted Cheeseman sent out he was one of our guests last year, sent out a notice to people asking everyone to go down at sunset, and think about what you can do to improve the ocean. So I wanted to mention Fran and what happens with speeding, all the dangers for these whales in the ocean.
Well, thank you for letting us know about that and knowing that people do care enough.
It's a gloomy end of this, but hopefully our speakers will have some hope.
I hope so. Well, I'm going to end Peggy's place a little early here so that Thane can get in here and take over. I'm going to move out of the way and hope I meet some of you on Saturday at Mill Valley Film Festival to learn about the Town Destroyer. We'll be back with the Ocean Life Symposium, the fourth Ocean Life Symposium. Thane, I'm going to let you, do you want me to admit this person? Or
Sure.
let's just switch seats.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. So you guys, actually, yeah. Okay. So you're going to go in the other room, Scott? Okay. I'm going to turn off Scott's mic. We should probably put some music on here, Thane. How's that sound? Okay. You can take over.
Oh dear.
This is Thane Vervold, by the way. Thane is one of our volunteers in the background who just keeps KGUA going so well. And he's also a Mac guy, so he helps us in so many ways. And okay, see, Scott and Tree went to our other studio. I'm disappearing, guys. Bye.
Okay.
I should leave my headphones.
Leave the headphones. I'll need those, I think. So thank you.
Mute, that's good. Let's see.
Okie doke. Oh, I get it in myself. Okay. So, well, I suppose it's KGUA.
I left my coffee.
Oh.
Coffee is
Gotta
life.
keep the station running. So, yes, this is KGUA 88.3 FM in Gualala, and we will be starting the Ocean Life Symposium here momentarily. And I will admit our next guest, who is Stacey Ann Robinson. Let's see how that goes here. I said admit. I think I should see something, but there we go. Hello. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
So you are the first speaker today with the Ocean Life Symposium 2022.
Yes.
We had some technical glitches earlier, but hopefully they are now behind us and everything will be sailing going forward, I hope. So
Right, as we normally do, right?
yeah, I always worry. I mean, I'm a software engineer, and I always worry when you write some code and it works right the first time, because you figure there's always some other shoe that's going to drop later on. So it's somehow reassuring to have something go wrong and fix. So anyway, so our first and next speaker is Dr. Stacey Ann Robinson. You'll be presenting on the impacts of sea level rise on island nations, a social science perspective. Dr. Stacey Ann Robinson is Associate Professor of Environmental Studies at Colby College. She primarily teaches international environmental policy and global climate policy, and her pedagogy emphasizes team and problem-based approaches. Her scholarship investigates the human, social, and policy dimensions of climate change adaptation in small island developing states, SIDS, or SIDS, with a special focus on climate justice and on adaptation finance, an area in which she is a certified expert. Her work has appeared in Nature, Climate Change, Wiley Interdisciplinary Reviews, also called WIRES, Climate Change, Climate Policy, and other leading journals. Prior to Colby, Dr. Robinson was a Voss postdoctoral research associate Environment and Society at Brown University. And before that, the Fox Zucker Fellow, Environmental Stewardship and Multi-Level Governance at Yale University, where she researched climate resilience and transformation in the Caribbean. With that introduction, I will now turn it over to you, Dr. Robinson, and take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for making that introduction. As indicated, my presentation today is gonna be a little bit about sea level rise on small island nations and offering a social science perspective. So as was mentioned in the introduction, I'm currently an assistant professor of environmental studies at Colby College in Maine. My research focuses on the human, social, and policy dimensions of climate change adaptation in small island developing states, or SIDS for short, and I'm going to be talking a little bit more about that. A part of my research also focuses on adaptation finance and climate justice. And before, while I was at Brown, I focused on the small islands in the Atlantic and Indian Ocean. And before that, I had a closer look at climate resilience and transformation in Caribbean small islands. So if there are any academics listening, I just wanted to clarify that primarily I see myself as an interdisciplinary scholar. I draw on theories and methods in social sciences, including geography, sociology, political science. It could be a little bit of economics as well. But in terms of disciplinary grounding, I see myself as a geographer, and I work at the intersection of political geography and development geography. So that means that I see place, space, and scales as being very, very important to the research that I do. In terms of my theoretical approach, I believe that one theory won't lead us to an understanding of climate change that would be equitable for all involved. And so I draw on multiple theories. So this includes world systems theory, for example, that is based on the idea that unequal exchange of labor and resources between core countries and peripheral countries is an important consideration in discourses such as these. And the small island developing states, for example, are those countries or among those countries that are situated in the periphery. I also draw on resource dependence theory, and I focus on those organizations that are involved in climate change action and the requirement for them to interact with other organizations for the purpose of acquiring resources. I also draw on mixed methods. I talk to a lot of people on the ground, focusing on semi-structured interviews and focus group discussions, and integrate a little bit of statistical modeling. So this is just to give the viewers and the listeners some idea of where I'm coming from theoretically and methodologically. So what will I talk about today? You'll hear me speak a lot of small island developing states or SIDS. I will also draw a distinction between small states, small islands, and small island nations, because this is very important to the work that I do. I will take a closer look at SIDS and their vulnerability, focus on some of the observable climate impacts in SIDS, then to the meat of the talk, which is the impacts of sea level rise, but focusing on a social science perspective. And building on that, I hope to cover 3 considerations from my work for environmental scientists. Before I dig into the talk, however, I want to clarify that this talk is really geared towards the community, towards the general public, and not necessarily to academics, because we will have such a wide viewership or listenership. I want to speak to those persons that may have had an interest in this area and are hoping to understand some of the issues just a little bit better. The first thing I'll say is that my work is premised on this political categorization of countries called Small Island Developing States, or SIDS for short. Now, across the world, there are 58 small island developing states, or SIDS, but because it's a political classification that emerged within the context of the United Nations, there is no real agreement on this number of SIDS. So I use 58 countries, but there are other scholars and other organizations that perhaps focus on 52 countries, or that perhaps focus on 28 countries. Because of this, there's some tension around this idea of small and the size. What makes a country small? Believe it or not, there's also contention around what makes an island an island. There's contention around whether countries included in this categorization should be developing countries only, or should it also expand to those countries that have low or high incomes across the spectrum? And finally, that S, whether this categorization also includes countries that are politically independent, or should it also include countries that are politically dependent? So whether or not you advocate for there being 58 countries or 52 countries or 28 countries, there's some amount of agreement on the fact that these islands, these low-lying coastal countries, are spread across 3 main geographic regions. So if you're able to see the PowerPoint presentation, those countries pinned in blue are the SIDS located in the Caribbean. Those countries pinned in red are the SIDS located in a region that is called the Atlantic, Indian Ocean, Mediterranean, and South China Sea region. If you're able to see the screen, those countries pinned in green are the Pacific SIDS. So across the world, there are these 3 regions in which SIDS are located, but because it's a political classification, there is no consensus on which countries should constitute this category. So this might have been the first time you're hearing about SIDS, but it might not have been the first time that you've encountered the categorization of small states. You've probably heard about small islands being a little bit different, and you've probably heard about small island nations being a little bit different as well. So I want to look more closely at these 4 categorizations of countries and explain to you a little bit why the distinctions are important. So SIDS, I've said, small island developing states. This categorization of 58 countries is certainly different from a categorization that only looks at small states. And here we can see the I and the D that's missing from the acronym. So it's not necessarily about islandness, or it's not necessarily about developing country status. Small states, based on size, they're states. Not all are going to be islands, and it could include countries such as Luxembourg. That's not considered a small island developing state, but it could exclude Papua New Guinea, for example, that's considered a small island developing state. Let's shift our focus now to small islands and how these are different from SIDS. Here, the D is missing and also the S. So it's not necessarily about developing country status or whether or not these countries are independent, right? So it's definitely going to be based on size, and size here, of course, is relative, but not all are independent. And some will say that these countries are or these islands are the real islands because of their size. But it could include the Azores, for example, which is a part of Portugal, but it could exclude Belize, which is considered a small island developing state. And finally, I want to turn your attention to small island states or nations and how these are different from SIDS. Here, the D in the acronym is missing, so it doesn't necessarily relate to those countries that are developing, but we might focus on size, we might focus on their political status, we might consider income, but in terms of two solid examples, we could include Malta, which is not a SIDS, but it could exclude Singapore, which is considered a SIDS. So up to this point, you've heard me speak about SIDS, small islands, small states, and small island nations. But here is a list of the 58 countries that I consider in my research. Now, these countries can range from American Samoa, for example, that's in the Pacific, or Anguilla, that's in the Caribbean, all the way down to the US Virgin Islands, which is in the Caribbean, and Vanuatu, which is in the Pacific. So I have highlighted 4 countries that you might have been wondering how they made the list. So here we have Belize, we have Guinea-Bissau, Guyana, and Suriname. And this is because the SIDS categorization includes low-lying coastal countries. So at the heart of my research, there are some fundamental ideas. The first is that many SIDS are small, they're remote, low to middle income countries, but because they have majority Black or Indigenous populations, there are issues surrounding social and environmental justice. Another key idea is that this grouping of countries, they are disproportionately vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And because of this and other factors, they are spatially marginalized societies in the world system. Next, I want to focus on this idea of vulnerability because, as I mentioned just now, SIDS are disproportionately vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So scholars understand vulnerability in many different ways. And one way in which they understand vulnerability is this idea that it involves exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. So where it concerns exposure, this is the idea that we're going to focus on the nature and degree to which a system is exposed to significant climatic variations. We can include sensitivity in that, where we're focused on the degree to which a system is affected either positively or negatively by climate-related stimuli. Now, putting exposure and sensitivity together, we can then consider the potential impacts. And impacts may occur without considering adaptation. And I'll talk a little bit about adaptation in a while from now. Next, we consider adaptive capacity. And that is really the ability of a system to adjust for moderating damages, taking advantage of any opportunities that may exist or can be created, or coping with consequences. So together, considering a country's exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity, this is one of the ways in which we can understand their vulnerability. But there are many factors that affect a small island developing state's vulnerability to climate change. And here I have 5 variables that I want us to have a little bit of a closer look at. We can consider a country's surface area, their population, but also the percentage of the population that lives within 5 kilometers of the coast, so the coastal population. We can also consider the percentage of the population. Pardon me? Sorry about that. We can also consider the percentage of the population living below 5 meters, so the low elevation population. And we can consider a country's income. Here I'm looking at per capita income, and there are definitely discussions around whether or not this is a great metric. So one of the things I mentioned earlier is that SIDS are spread across 3 main geographic regions. And even though they are disproportionately vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, and they're alike in that way, they're all very different countries. So here I have 3 examples of the Seychelles, which is in the Ames or Atlantic and Indian Ocean region, Jamaica, which is in the Caribbean, and Tuvalu, which is in the Pacific. We can start to see the variability across these 3 countries. For example, if we're considering surface area, a country such as the Seychelles is about 460 square kilometers. Jamaica, considerably bigger, almost 11,000 square kilometers. And Tuvalu, considerably smaller at about 30 square kilometers. For those of you who are able to see the screen, we can consider the variation according to population across these 3 countries. We see where Jamaica has a little less than 3 million people, and Tuvalu, the population is probably somewhere up to about 11,000 by now. In terms of coastal population, virtually all of the Seychelles, Tuvalu lives on the coast. In terms of low elevation population, we see most of Tuvalu and probably about 5% of Jamaica. And considering per capita income, again, these disparities are becoming very important. In the Seychelles, for example, we're looking at about 16,000 US dollars. In Jamaica, considerably less, 5,000 US dollars, and Tuvalu, even less than Jamaica, 4,000 US dollars. Now, why is this important? It's important because we need to understand a country's exposure. We need to understand their sensitivity and their adaptive capacity in terms of climate-related stimuli. And as I've said before, this particular grouping of countries, we find that they're disproportionately vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So if we're thinking about exposure, the countries that are low-lying are going to have higher exposure. The countries that have big coastal populations or their economies are reliant on coastal zone resources. So for example, here we can think about tourism or fisheries. They're going to have greater impacts. We can also think of adaptive capacity focusing on governance structures, for example, and here we have to consider a country's colonial history and their ability to invest in adaptation over other development priorities. So essentially, I've laid the groundwork for why SIDS are disproportionately vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. But now we can move into exactly what these observable climate impacts are in a small island environment. And here I'm going to turn to chapter 15 of the 5th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Now, the IPCC, or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, is a UN intergovernmental organization that tries to assess the status of climate knowledge, primarily through published academic literature. Their assessment report comes out every 5 to 7 years. And in the 5th assessment report, there was a distinct chapter on small islands that was part of Working Group 2's contribution to the report. And Working Group 2 focuses on climate impacts and adaptation. And this here on your screen is my favorite illustration from this chapter. because it really shows or summarizes the IPCC's confidence or level of confidence in the detection of a particular impact, but also the attribution of that impact to climate change. Here, the IPCC expresses very high confidence in number 2, and number 2 is sea level rise consistent with global means. Closest to that was number 5, which is coral bleaching in small island environments. And the IPCC expressed high confidence in its detection and also high confidence in its attribution to climate change. So from this, I've also maintained that based on the data that was used to develop the 5th assessment report, number 2, sea level rise, is the most recognizable climate change impact in a small island environment. And by recognizable means it's easiest to detect and it's easiest to attribute to climate change. Now, following the 5th assessment report, and when that chapter was released in 2014, the IPCC also released a special report on oceans and the cryosphere in 2019. And chapter 4 focused almost exclusively on sea level rise and the implications for low-lying islands. And what did the special report find? Just to put it simply, that global means sea level rise, sea levels are rising. So with absolute certainty, no doubt about it. But it also found that non-climatic anthropogenic drivers, and here we can think of settlement and demographic trends, have also played a very important role in increasing low-lying coastal islands, vulnerability to exposure and sea level rise. This report in 2019 also found that coastal ecosystems are already impacted by a combination of sea level rise and the adverse effects from human activities on ocean and land. It also found that coastal risk is quite dynamic and increased by widely observed changes in coastal infrastructure, community livelihoods, agriculture, and the actual habitability of the island. And one of the other things that the report found, and which should no doubt be a surprise, is that we are going to need a diversity of adaptation responses to deal with these coastal impacts and risks. So this was the second IPCC report that I decided to focus on. And the third and final IPCC report that I want to just focus on as well is the 6th assessment report and Working Group 1's contribution that was released in 2021, just last year. And Working Group 1 focuses on the physical impacts of climate change, the physical science of climate change. Now, what did they find? They found that observed warming in small islands has been attributed to human influence, and that warming will continue into the 21st century. They also found that ocean acidification has increased globally, as have the frequency of the intensity and frequency of marine heat waves. They also found that sea levels will continue to rise, especially around small islands, more so with higher emissions and over longer time periods. They also found that sea level rise coupled with storm surges and waves will exacerbate coastal inundation and the potential for increased saltwater intrusion into aquifers. They also found that sea level rise will cause shoreline changes. And finally, that small islands will face more intense but generally fewer tropical cyclones, especially in the North Pacific, where that frequency will increase. Working Group 1's contribution also had a few projections for sea level rise in small islands and focusing on the time period of 2080 to 2021 to 2100, and this is relative to 1995 to 2014. And from this illustration, what we can see is that in the near term, particularly across the Caribbean and Western Indian Ocean, as well as the Pacific Ocean, we could be looking at a medium of 10 centimeters in sea level rise. And looking at the long term, we can see there's far more variability across these basins, but that we could be looking at a medium of up to 70 centimeters in sea level rise. Now, what does this mean in practical terms, and what does this mean for people, which I think is at the heart of a social science inquiry into the impacts of sea level rise on small island developing states. And here I have two examples. The first is of Male in the Maldives, which is a state in the Indian Ocean. And the second is of Funafuti in Tuvalu, which is in the Pacific Ocean. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a quick second. So let's focus on the Maldives, for example. This is a SIDS that's not too far from Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean, and it's about 1,000 kilometers from the Indian subcontinent. It's actually the smallest Asian country in terms of size and population, but it has about 26 coral atolls and approximately 1,200 islands, and some are inhabited and some are not. On the right, we see a photo of Male, which is the capital city. And of interest is that Male is about a little bit less than 6 square kilometers in area, has a population that's almost close to 200,000 people by now. So using this, we can almost start to visualize what sea level rise could mean for the Maldives and even particularly Male. But what we can't see, whether from the map on the left or the photo on the right, is that the Maldives is also a former British colony, and it gained independence in, I think it was 1965. But in order to facilitate the kind of imperialism that took place in this country historically, a majority of the economic activity is on the coast. And what this does is to increase coastal pressure and increase exposure to sea level rise as well as coastal inundation. Also, what's not pictured is just how difficult it is to move between islands. You know, that is particularly challenging. Issues around water security cannot be pictured as well. Also, that Maldives is a former least developed country, and least developed countries are among the poorest in the world. And the history of political instability, this country has seen multiple coups, and this is something that cannot be pictured. Let me move to my second example, which is Funafuti in Tuvalu. And here we have on the left a map showing the location of Tuvalu. And for those of you who might know, this is formerly, well, this country is formerly known as the Ellice Islands. And it's midway probably between Australia and Hawaii, but definitely one of the Polynesian islands. So Tuvalu in its entirety is about 26 square kilometers. It's about 6 atolls and 3 reef islands, and the major industries focus on maritime sectors as well as fishing. Now, the photo on the right is a photo of the capital city. And as you can see, it's very narrow and also very low. And because of that, very vulnerable to the impacts of sea level rise. And the area there is probably about 2.5 square kilometers. So, you know, for all intents and purposes, it could be a micro area, and the population there is probably around half of the total population of Tuvalu, which is probably around 11,000 by now. So we're looking at about 5,000 people located or living and working in Funafuti alone. What's not pictured here as well is just the over-reliance on fishing. I did mention that it's one of the primary activities, but we can't see the over-reliance. And also what's not pictured is that the sale of fishing license is actually a major source of government income. So considering the findings of AR5, that's the fifth assessment report, also the special report on oceans and cryospheres and the cryosphere, and the sixth assessment report focusing specifically on working group one's contribution, and those two illustrations that I gave, one from Maldives and the second from Tuvalu. What are these impacts of sea level rise on small islands? What we heard was that sea level rise coupled with other impacts can have astronomical impacts for small islands. And here we're seeing where sea level rise, if coupled with storm surges and waves, will increase coastal inundation and the potential for saltwater intrusion, but also there will be shoreline changes, particularly along sandy coast. And what does this mean for people? Again, focusing on that social science inquiry is that there may need to be changes in livelihoods and lifestyles, and there may need to be relocation. And both issues have enormous socioeconomic impacts for a country such as the Maldives or even Tuvalu. This also indicates to us that we need adaptation in SIDS. So very broadly, we can speak about adaptation to climate change impacts, and more specifically, we can speak about adaptation to sea level rise. But when I speak of adaptation, what it is that I'm talking about is a concept that the IPCC defines as a process of adjustment to actual or expected climate and its effects. And focusing on sea level rise, we can say that the sea level rise that we're actually observing, or the sea level rise that we are projected to observe. And in the illustration that I showed, somewhere between 2080 or 2100. So one thing that's important to remember is that these adjustments take place both in the natural and human system. So when we think about adaptation, it's not exclusively to the natural system, not exclusively to the human system, but that we need to pay attention to both in order to reduce or risk as coastal populations. So adaptation in SIDS, whether broadly to climate change or more specifically to sea level rise, is critical because these countries are disproportionately vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Now, there have been many responses to sea level rise, and I have 4 response types here just to focus on. The first one is hard protection, and some good examples include seawalls or breakwaters. But in the context of small tropical environments, one of the major limits with hard protection is that it's very, very expensive. Another response type is soft protection, and 2 good examples are beach nourishment or an improvement in building codes. The obvious limit here is that there are projected increases in extreme weather events, and that these adaptations could be reversed, and in some instances, especially where it concerns hard protection, could lead to what scholars have termed as maladaptation. The third response type focuses on nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based solutions, and 2 good examples are coral reef restoration or mangroves, and the limit here is primarily related to increased temperature, where we see some biophysical limits emerging. And the final response type that I will focus on is accommodation. And a good example is where we might decide to just raise buildings in response to either actual or projected sea level rise. And here we see the same limits as we see when we consider soft protection. And the examples here again are beach nourishment or building codes. The projected increases in extreme weather events can undo these adaptations to sea level rise. One of the things that I've observed in my research as well is that there are quite a few shortcomings of various risk management frameworks. And here, not enough attention is paid to the magnitude of the disruption to lives and livelihoods. Another area that is often neglected is what scholars call NELD, so non-economic loss and damage. And here we can see the impact on human life, or even biodiversity and ecosystem services, or even the loss of cultural heritage being so significant. But because we aren't able to quantify these impacts, somehow they are not adequately reflected in risk management frameworks. And another area that I'd like to mention here is the implications of sea level rise for baselines, borders, and boundaries. Sometimes in small islands, it's not necessary to talk about boundaries and borders because they're islands and many of them are isolated. But this issue of baselines becomes very important when you consider maritime zones. So in small islands, you're establishing a baseline, but from that baseline, you're actually measuring your exclusive economic zone, which in many cases has much of the marine resources that have significant economic value. And if sea level rise is going to have implications for the establishment of your baseline, it's definitely going to have implications for the extent of your EEZ. So these are three things that really need some attention in terms of the development of risk management frameworks. All right, so where do we go from here? I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about some important considerations for environmental scientists, as I know the speakers that will follow me are primarily ocean scientists, right? So I'm going to draw from a paper I did a few years ago that's called Adapting to Climate Change at the National Level in Caribbean Small Island Developing States. So I'm going to use Caribbean states as an example. If we're considering the impacts of sea level rise on small island nations, I think that one of the key considerations is that we have to acknowledge the diversity of the islands, that they're not homogeneous in nature, and that they actually have different physical, political, and development geographies. So here using the case of Caribbean states, and if we're using the 58 total countries, there are 29 states in the Caribbean and each is different. We have to consider what we know about the island's physical geography, their political geography, and the development geography. Because what we will see is that a seawall, for example, as an example of hard protection is not going to be ideal for every island, and we can't protect each island with a seawall. The second consideration is that climate change, and within that, we're thinking about sea level rise as one of the most recognizable impacts, may not be the greatest threat to a small island developing state. So many countries, even though they're exposed, even though they're sensitive and may have low adaptive capacities, actually have other competing development priorities. For example, we can think about them controlling crime or corruption. If there is a fixed pot of money, how do we decide to address adaptation to sea level rise vis-a-vis some of these other development priorities? Within that, we have to have an understanding of what some of the adaptation trends are. And here I'm still using Caribbean SIDS as an example. So in my work, what I found is that many countries are actually still focusing on vulnerability and impact assessments. So these are the most common forms of adaptation. So specific to sea level rise, countries are still trying to measure their vulnerability and the impact of this slow onset event. The next significant adaptation in Caribbean states at the time that I studied this was adaptation research, right? And here there's a mixture of workshops and training, and together these account for 9% of total adaptation actions. So even though sea level rise is a recognizable climate impact in SIDS, what I found is that many countries reported responding to or adjusting to or adapting to hurricane intensity, storm surge, coastal inundation, rainfall, or changes in air and sea surface temperature or drought conditions. So what this actually suggests is that many countries might not actually be responding to the impact of sea level rise. It could be because it's a slow onset event, but they're responding to associated coastal hazards. And here, hurricane intensity and storm surge really constituted a majority of the responses to climate change. Of interest as well is that countries also reported responding to a number of economic constraints and social factors and the impacts of recreational and development activities, and to a lesser extent, pollution and waste. Some other interesting adaptation trends, and using Caribbean SIDS as examples, is that national governments tend to collaborate a lot with other countries, particularly through bilateral relations. So if we're going to focus on responding to sea level rise, you'll probably see a majority of the actions in terms of country-to-country cooperation. The regional organizations are also very instrumental, as are intergovernmental organizations, particularly the United Nations. But interestingly, the highest number of adaptations were reported in the coastal zone and also in forestry and agriculture. Top of the list as well is tourism and water-related sectors. So here we're still seeing the coastal zone as being very critical to small island developing states, but we're also seeing more emphasis on responding to storm surges and coastal inundation as opposed to sea level rise. This takes me to my third and final consideration, is that financing, technical capacity, and data are the top 3 limits to adaptation in Caribbean states. So when I did a count of actions that countries are reporting, these are the 3 limits that were on top. So if we're thinking about climate change adaptation and specifically sea level rise, we have to consider where the money is coming from. As I mentioned earlier, many of these countries have competing development priorities. So how do we shift focus, or can we make the case, or can we justify shifting focus from the control of corruption, for example, or healthcare or poverty alleviation strategies to adapt to these impacts? What are some of the trade-offs that governments need to make? And this is something that we need to bear in mind. The second thing is whether or not we have the technical capacity or the technical resources to respond to sea level rise and other climate change impacts. And here, the collaborations that I mentioned earlier as well are going to be very important. How can small islands collaborate with other small island governments, perhaps in the global south, or other global north governments and actors to really respond in the way that is needed? And finally, do we have the data? Do we have the records to make sure that the responses that we are developing are accurate especially for the place in which we want to implement or establish or construct these responses to sea level rise and other climate related issues. So finally, I have a list of resources that might be that some folks might find useful in terms of finding out more information on this topic. But overall, I want to say that small island developing states are a unique grouping of countries. Not all of them are small, not all of them are islands, but they're certainly developing countries that are impacted by their history, particularly their colonial history. But in this disproportionate vulnerability, we have to pay attention to their exposure, their sensitivity, their adaptive capacity. And while sea level rise is the most recognizable climate impact in this kind of environment, it's certainly not the only one. And to respond to this and other coastal risks, it's important to consider what other development or environmental challenges a country is facing and how we can make the case to address all these issues across the spectrum. So I'd like to thank you for your time in listening to this presentation. If you're interested in this line of research, you can always follow me on Twitter at island_scholar. And now I'll turn over to Teresa for any questions that you might have. You're on mute, Teresa.
There we go. Oh, I said thank you so much for this fascinating presentation. So enlightening. Learning about the disproportionately vulnerable developing island states. I just find it so fascinating, and I had the privilege of hearing your first talk 2 summers ago, and I just I have a few questions about. I understand how sea level rise may not be the most, pressing issue for these nations. And I was wondering about the availability of fresh water on these islands. Is that a concern as well?
Yes, certainly, Teresa. I just want to clarify that, sea level rise is that most recognizable, climate impact, especially if we're thinking about detection and attribution. So definitely an issue, but, not the only, climate related or environmental issue, definitely not the only development related issue. But freshwater is a very critical issue. I mentioned the Maldives. And I also mentioned the issues that they have with water security. But what I find is that it's even a bigger issue for the coral islands, right? So with, pardon me, sorry. Oh, so I'll just pick up. So with the coral islands where there is saltwater intrusion into the waterlands, that's very critical. I mentioned the Maldives, as I was saying, and water security issues, but a lot of the islands in the Pacific are coral islands as opposed to the Caribbean. So what you'll find is that in general senses, that issue is more acute for the islands in the Pacific just because of their geological makeup. I did mention in the presentation seawalls as an example of hard protection. So this infrastructural response is actually very common. And there are situations, and here I'm thinking about islands in the Pacific that have resorted to constructing seawalls, but because of the geological composition of the island, the threat of storm surges, for example, the resulting coastal inundation, the waves atop the seawall and get trapped on the other side. And on a coral island, this becomes especially acute. So not only the saltwater intrusion, but also the settled water that might lead to, communicable diseases, for example, and many other issues. But there are several islands right now that are exploring desalination. Many islands have had desalination programs that precede or understanding of the threat of climate change. So just by virtue of being a low-lying coastal country with, some of these water challenges, they have resorted to that. Barbados, for example, which is in the Caribbean, is a great example of that. But across small islands, water availability is an issue. You can also think of it in another, at least from another angle, where there's an extreme weather event, a big hurricane, there's an interruption of water supply. So not necessarily a natural result. And in those countries, it's going to be critical as well.
And would the inundation of salt water also affect crops that are growing on those islands?
Yes, certainly. The example that I shared very much focused on the Pacific. And I did try to emphasize just how different these countries are. So in some countries, agriculture might play a bigger role than other countries, and we always have to bear that in mind. Saltwater intrusion, for a country, I'm thinking of Puerto Rico as an example, where agriculture, is just such a small percentage of GDP that impact might not be as significant. But a trend that we're seeing in the Caribbean is an increase in like backyard farming. So where, the Ministry of Agriculture has been promoting backyard farming, where they're actually issuing, they call them like starter kits. So what we're seeing is like more backyard farming. So in those cases where, the crop production is not necessarily contributing to GDP, but at the household level, food security, for example, we could see where the impacts there might be great as well.
Yeah, I would imagine. Anything?
Yeah, hi, Dr. Robinson. And we finally get you on this year. Thank you for joining us.
No problem, my pleasure.
You may have touched on, oh yeah, we were thrilled when you accepted. I think you may have touched on this and in terms of resources that these governments have, but do you find that most of these island governments are taking sea level rise as a real clear and present danger? They could affect their GDP in terms of tourism and local resources?
Yeah, I would say that, but I think it also goes back to my point about just how the physical geography, of the islands differ. And I think for the coral islands, I would expect to see a more acute response to the threat of sea level rise, because in those contexts, coral low-lying, it feels more as a clear and present danger as opposed to, some of the volcanic islands, in the Caribbean. But in the Pacific, and just using that as an example, I think that's a great illustration of the role of regional governance and what in my work I've called pooled governance, where because capacities at the national level and subnational level might not be as strong or what they need to be, it's important that the regional organizations play a role in sort of attracting these resources and managing them in a way that could potentially be equitable to all the countries involved. So there are definitely some good case studies of where that has worked, and there are instances where there's evidence that it can work better. For those countries, though, that are primarily dependent on tourism, I would say the issue of coral bleaching tends to be a little bit more prominent in their response plans and response actions, because it definitely changes the integrity of the reef. It's going to impact, whether tourists are attracted to that area. And, in the global north, a great example is the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, where just changes in the coral ecology impacts, the number of tourists, the number of divers, etc. So I think a lot of it has to do with the physical geography, and definitely probably the economic geography, like, what sectors are really important, and that in many instances drives the attention that the government and other actors gives to, a specific climate impact.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Um,
That's it.
Jack.
Yeah. Thank you again. You really enlightened us all on this very important issue. And I've learned how unique each of these countries are. And, it's very eye-opening, I think, for us who live on, not on these islands. And it's so important that we are aware of the situation and the issues that they face. And we can't thank you enough for your contribution and for so eloquently educating us on this. Thank you,
No
Dr.
problem.
Robinson.
No problem. I guess my final thought is that, the natural sciences, they are important. It's important to understand, ocean chemistry, for example, but we can't forget the people and the lives that we're impacting. And this is why the social sciences are also so important.
Absolutely. Well said.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see and hear you again. Thank you very much again.
All right. All the best, and my best to the speakers that follow.
Thank you. Thanks again.
Okay, Thane.
Let's see. So I think Jack is already in. We're a few minutes before the top of the hour. So I don't know. We should just go ahead and bring in Jack right now. Can you hear me?
Jack, there you are.
So should I bring in Jack?
I'm not hearing Thane, are you?
No.
You're not
Let's try
hearing
here.
me. Can't you hear me? Can you hear me now? No.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
better.
there you are.
That's better.
Okay. I'll get the hang of this one these days. Okay, should I bring in Jack right now?
Yes, please do. Jack. There he goes. There's Jack.
Welcome, Jack.
Good morning.
Hi, Jack.
Hey, good morning, Trig, Scott, Thane. Nice to
Jack.
see you all.
Good to see you, Jack.
Sounds like you can hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Good, good. Okay, so well, we're running a little ahead of time. We're a little bit before the top of the hour, but I don't think that's an issue. I will just remind all our listeners that this is KGUA 88.3 FM in Gualala. We are doing the Ocean Life Symposium 2022 with Scott and Tree Mercer hosting. And I'll just do a quick introduction here and then hand it over to you, Jack. So our second speaker today is Jack Barkowski. He'll be presenting on combining data from photo ID surveys, line transects surveys, and biologging to reduce entanglement risk for large whales in California. Jack is a research biologist for Cascadia Research Collective, CRC, and a graduate student at Moss Landing Marine Labs. His master's thesis and work at the Sanct Sound project focuses on humpback whale vocal behavior in national marine sanctuaries along the U.S. West Coast. As a research biologist for Cascadia, Jack conducts boat-based surveys to collect data on humpback, blue, fin, and gray whales in California, Oregon, and Washington. His work at Cascadia focuses on better understanding whale habitat use, behavior, and migratory timing to reduce the risk of entanglement and ship strike to threatening to threatened and endangered whale populations. He joined a joint sea life response, rehabilitation, and research and Cascadia large whale disentanglement team in 2020, and is a member of the West Coast Entanglement Response Network. So thank you very much as our guest today, and I'll hand it over to you, Jack.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Dan. Appreciate it. I'll share my screen here. Okay, I'll go presenter mode. Okay, Tree or Scott, can you give me a thumbs up if that's looking like a title slide?
There you go.
Now it is.
Great, thank you. Okay, yeah, first, and I just wanted to say thank you again to Scott and Tree for inviting me to speak at this symposium again. I was able to participate last year and I had such a great time. I was excited when they reached out again, and thank you to KGUA for hosting and giving us a platform to share our science and communicate. I caught Dr. Robinson's talk before this and it was fascinating. I learned a ton. So things like this are great. So thank you to everyone involved. Yeah, so I'm Jack. I work for Cascadia, and I'm currently a graduate student as well. And my graduate student work doesn't focus on entanglement risk, my job with Cascadia does. And today I'm going to present some information that we've collected over the last couple of years using this sort of novel approach to understanding entanglement risk here along the West Coast, with the goal of reducing the risk for entanglement. As I'll talk about at length throughout this presentation, entanglement for large whales is a problem throughout all of our oceans. And the common solution that we're sort of trending towards is prevention of entanglement rather than disentangling every whale that we find entangled. It's just not feasible. And so our goal is to try to prevent these entanglements before they happen. And we've done that, or we've started to do that through a variety of data collection methods. And the work that I'm presenting has been collected by this team of folks that you see at the bottom here, myself, John Kalambakidis, Kirsten Flynn, and James Falbush, all from Cascadia Research Collective, in addition to Kathy George and Julia Ryan, who work for the Marine Mammal Center. And so without further ado, we'll get into it. Oh, one more disclaimer before we get into it. So all the images you see have been taken under the following NOAA permits. This is work that can only be done with permits from NOAA. And some images that you see are taken from the Center for Coastal Studies in Provincetown, Mass, because they are sort of the global leaders on understanding entanglements and how to do these disentanglement procedures that can get pretty risky. Okay, so the entanglement problem here on the West Coast. We'll go over some background info so that we're all on the same page before I get to the data. So this graph shows the last 20 years of confirmed entanglement reports here along the entire West Coast, California, Oregon, and Washington. And I say confirmed because we've actually received more reports than this each year of entangled whales, but we don't count it as confirmed unless we have actual documentation, a picture, a video, a drone image or something like that of a whale with gear on it. So these are all the confirmed reports. And you can see right around 2014, 2015, this number of confirmed reports started increasing. In fact, from 2013 all the way back to 1982, when we started collecting data here on the West Coast, the average confirmed report was about 10 confirmed reports a year. Since then, it's more than doubled to 24 confirmed reports per year. And while this can, on the surface, this can seem like the number of entanglements has really skyrocketed in the last 6 or 7 years, it's actually more likely a result of increased effort and funding by a lot of different people all along this coast across all 3 states to better understand this problem. And whenever we do get a report, there's been more effort and attention paid to actually going out and confirming that report and trying to help that individual animal. There's a lot of other factors in play too, like rising whale populations and how fishing effort has changed over the years as well. But the most likely cause, we're highly confident that the most likely significant factor in this increase in reports since 2014 has been just greater effort on our part to actually document and understand how widespread this problem is. And you can see those colors broken down by species. Humpback whales tend to dominate who gets entangled. And just to break it down a little more in this pie chart, you can see humpback whales make up nearly 2/3 of all the confirmed entanglement reports that we've received in the last 20 years, while gray whales account for about 1/4 of all those confirmed entanglement reports. And this, makes sense from a population standpoint, where gray whales are the largest population size of large whales we have here in the North Pacific. And humpback whales are a close second, although they're broken up by distinct population segments. And each distinct population segment is sort of varies in its conservation status. The Hawaiian population segment is doing quite well, while as the Mexico and Central American population segments are threatened and endangered respectively. And so there's some differences in there. But what we see is that these two large or most populous whale species also share the most habitat with where the fishing is actually happening, right? And so there's that small sliver of blue whales in there, which is a very small, I believe it's 6%, I think, of all the entanglements in the last 20 years have been from blue whales. And it's just mainly because of their really small population size and their more offshore distribution, where there's just less gear for them to run into out in the water and get entangled in. It is interesting that humpback whales are more commonly entangled than gray whales. Gray whales are a much more coastal species and tend to stick pretty close to the coast, whereas humpbacks are both coastal and offshore and will sort of range in their habitat use on a year-to-year basis. And so while gray whales certainly encounter fishing gear in their sort of more coastal distribution, humpback whales are encountering that coastal gear and also encountering some more offshore gear that might be set in deeper waters. This probably contributes to the fact of why we see so many more humpback whale entanglements than gray whale entanglements. There's of course that little yellow piece of the pie that's just unidentified or other. There's anything from killer whales to minke whales and fin whales, pretty much any marine mammal that's out there, there's been a documented entanglement of it. So that begs the next question is, what are these whales getting entangled in? And this pie chart looks at exactly that, bar charts looks at exactly what these whales have been getting entangled in since 2015. And I limited it to 2015 because before then, there were not very many gear marking programs, and that gear marking of when a Dungeness crab fisherman puts tags or uses specific markings on his gear for other folks to identify that as Dungeness crab gear, that didn't really exist prior to 2015. And so before then, the vast majority of them were unidentified. So looking at these charts from 2015 to 2021, you can see that unidentified chunk is still pretty scary. It usually makes up more than half of all the confirmed entanglements within any given year. And this is not for a lack of effort on our part, not our part, the fishermen's part. The fishermen have done an amazing job across many different fisheries of working with stakeholders and policymakers to mark their gear, and they've taken on costs and lost time to participate in these gear marking programs so that we could better understand this. It's just the reality that oftentimes, if it's just a shot of line, if there's no surface buoys or no actual crab trap or spot prawn pot still attached to that entanglement, then it's really hard to identify. If it's just a bit of rope that's wrapped around a fluke or a pectoral, it's almost impossible to trace that back to a fishery. We need some of these gear marking components to be a part of the entanglement to 100% say where it came from. And that's something we're actively working on, especially with the different types of line, and hoping to get different fisheries using different lines so that even if we just find a shot of line on an animal, we can know which fishery it came from. But there is still over half of all these confirmed reports are unidentified, which is a big piece of the puzzle that we're still trying to figure out. So just some images illustrating that fact, whales can and do get entangled in anything, like on all parts of their body. In the top left, there's a gray whale here that has gill nets wrapped around its fluke, while in the top right, there's a humpback whale that has gill nets through its mouth. And it's just the reality that these gill nets, can cause pretty severe entanglements and wrap around the whole body of the whale. but they'll occur anywhere on the whale, from the tail to the head. In the bottom left corner here, there's a sei whale with one of those packing straps that you see wrapped around boxes. It has the packing strap around its rostrum. These images of a humpback whale here in the bottom right corner show a humpback with recreational spot prawn gear, sort of what I think is more typically thought of when we talk about entanglements as, you know, an entanglement in a pot or a trap fishery gear. But then, of course, we get the unusual entanglements like this gray whale. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but this gray whale, which is in the sort of middle top of the screen there, it's a little tough to see, but you can see this black frame that's up near the head. And it's a giant metal frame that is likely marine debris or just trash, really, that was floating around in the ocean. And somehow this whale managed to get its head wedged in between this metal frame. And you know, this was a lucky case where the frame actually ended up breaking and falling off the whale with no need for a disentanglement attempt. But it just goes to show you that, you know, whales can and do get entangled in anything, especially like this, you know, where by nature of that, them getting entangled in anything, they get entangled in some pretty nasty stuff sometimes. Any rope, cable, or chain that's in the ocean, you know, has entangled a whale or is poses a high risk of entangling a whale. They just sort of find a way. In Hawaii in 2017, a humpback whale showed up dragging this massive ball of really thick steel cable. You know, that's 1 inch thick steel cable. That tangled mess is sitting on a pallet that's 4 feet by 4 feet wide. Just to give you a sense of scale of how large that is ended up being over 1,000 pounds of steel cable. And the normal disentanglement tools that we use, like grapples and knives, just weren't enough to cut through this cable. And so they ended up having to use bolt cutters to remove this from the whale. Again, illustrating the point, you know, anything that's out there, it poses a risk. You know, it's not just fishing gear that these whales are getting entangled in. It's really could be anything. We've seen whales get entangled in mooring balls outside of harbors and stuff. The risk is always there. This humpback whale that was disentangled in Hawaii and this was removed. It was disentangled in 2017 and it hasn't been seen since, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it didn't survive its entanglement. You know, there's been whales that were disentangled and were not seen for a decade after their disentanglement. And then all of a sudden they show up and they're large, healthy, and happy. So whales, even if we don't see a whale immediately after it's disentangled, it doesn't necessarily mean that it perished from its entanglement. And one more important anecdote that I always like sharing is that where whales are found entangled, right, where we observe that entanglement is almost never where that whale actually became entangled. This is illustrated, you know, all the time between Alaska and Hawaii, where you have whales that show up on the breeding grounds in Hawaii and they're entangled in fishing gear that was set in Alaska. And so they migrated nearly 2,500 nautical miles, dragging this fishing gear from Alaska. And they've seen the opposite occur too, where whales that get entangled in Hawaiian fishing gear show up on the feeding grounds in Alaska, having dragged that gear across the entire length of their migration. And this goes back to those gear marking programs I talked about, where it becomes really crucial to have those gear marking so that we can identify where and when this animal might have become entangled. Some of the impacts of entanglement, as I'm sure is no surprise to most folks, they're always negative. And for many species of large whales, entanglement is the #1 source of human-caused death, with ship strike being the second. And the impacts of entanglement, though, range across, you know, immediate impacts to really long-term, drawn-out, chronic impacts. And it all depends on the nature and severity of the entanglement, how old the animal is, how big the animal is, all that sort of stuff. An animal that was anchored in place, like the gray whale in the top left, if it's unable to reach the surface, it's going to drown, right? These whales need to breathe oxygen. They're air breathers. And so if it can't surface as a result of its entanglement, it's going to die pretty quickly. Entanglements through the mouth can cause serious damage to baleen and lead to starvation. Like the whale on the right, that's incredibly skinny. You can see its spine, and that's not normal for a whale. line that has, pots still attached to it or is under a lot of tension, like the gray whale in the bottom left, it leads to infection. A chronic sepsis sets in where the deeply embedded line is just a constant open wound that will not heal as long as that line is in there. And it leads to some pretty nasty infections. And additionally, there's trauma, major trauma and hemorrhaging that occurs. The right whale that's in the bottom right picture there, it was entangled as a juvenile, as a 1 or 2 year old whale, became entangled with a line of rope around its 2 pectoral fins that stretched over its back. And as that animal grew, that entanglement became more and more severe. As its body size got bigger, the entanglement cut in deeper, and it led to this deep laceration, nearly cutting this whale in two. And then there's the chronic effect of drag, right? Anytime these whales are entangled, they're dragging more weight, more gear, more surface area through the water, which requires them to use more energy, right? It's just the simple fact, like anyone who's a hiker, you know that, if you're carrying a heavy backpack, you're working a lot harder than you are if you weren't carrying anything. And it's the same for these whales. You can see that image in the bottom. That whale is trailing over 400 feet of line, which adds an additional 1,000, the equivalent of over 1,000 pounds of drag to that animal's forward motion. Not to mention those 2 buoys that are at the surface, which introduce even more drag. But over time, that extended effort can lead to any number of these sorts of impacts. And I just want to illustrate the point. I know these images can be graphic, but this is the sad reality of entanglements, and that they often lead to really horrific sort of demise for the animal that becomes entangled. And so where do we stand here in California today, and what are we hoping for in the future? So as I mentioned, entanglement reports have increased since 2012, mainly due to the increased efforts to document entanglement reports and better understand this problem. Most of the gear that we've documented cannot be identified to a fishery. Over half of the confirmed reports since 2015 still does not have those identifying features. And so we're trying to be better about that. But the gear that can be identified has primarily come from Dungeness crab fisheries, both commercial and recreational, from all 3 states, California, Oregon, and Washington along the West Coast. Right around 25% of all the confirmed reports from 2015 have had Dungeness crab fishing gear. The Dungeness crab fishery has done a really good job about marking their gear and has sort of led the way in trying to work together with a lot of different organizations to reduce this risk of entanglement. Because they have been the fishery that is identified most often as where the entangling gear comes from, they've received a lot of negative attention, I would say, about their fishing practices and stuff. And they responded immediately, which I think cannot be understated. It's that across all 3 states, the Dungeness crab fisheries have worked really hard to minimize their impact on large whale species. And this is where our work sort of comes in, is we've been working with these groups to better understand how the Dungeness crab fisheries entanglement risk can be minimized so that both the whales and the fishermen end up benefiting. And so here's a little graph looking at the timeline of Dungeness crab fishing across all 3 states. And so the gray bar indicates when a quote unquote normal fishing season would occur. You can see in 2015, there's almost no closures or delays or anything like that. Yet in almost every year since, there's been some sort of closure or delay in all the fishing areas along the West Coast. In 2016, which if going back to the graph from earlier, this was our record high year of confirmed entanglements here on the West Coast. It was also the record high year of confirmed Dungeness crab entanglements on the West Coast, with 22 confirmed entanglements from Dungeness crab occurring in 2016. Yet looking at this, you can see that over half of the fishing season in California was actually it was cut out, right? The fishermen did not fish the first half of Dungeness crab fishing season in 2016 because of really high levels of domoic acid. And these crabs actually, with high levels of domoic acid, it actually becomes unsafe for human consumption and for people to consume them. And so there was no fishing done. Yet in the little fishing that was done, there was a record high number of entanglements occurred. And this actually was a result of some anomalous environmental conditions that went on in 2015 and 2016. Excuse me. I'm sure a lot of us remember the warm blob event that occurred then, where unusually warm water moved into the coast and sort of disrupted a lot of the biological processes that go on here. And most importantly, for our large whales that we're talking about, their prey, their sardines and anchovies were actually driven in a lot closer to shore and into areas with really high fishing density. And so when these whales, were pursuing their prey to go feeding, they ended up being in areas with a lot of gear. Is sort of an unusual occurrence. What I want to highlight though here is that there's other delays for body condition, for domoic acid, all that sort of stuff, but it wasn't until the end of the 2018, 2019 Dungeness crab fishery that we actually saw the first early closure as a result of marine life entanglement. And since then, there's either been an early closure, a delay, gear restrictions, or all three of those things on a California Dungeness crab fishery. And so entanglement, there's been considerable attention paid to this entanglement issue, and the fishery has felt the impacts of it with early closures, late starts, gear restrictions, all those sorts of things. I'm missing a bar there. The most recent fishing season from 2020 into 2021, it also had an early closure as a result of marine life entanglement. And so the Dungeness, like I mentioned, the Dungeness crab fishery has done an amazing job at responding to these sorts of results and trying to minimize the risk that they pose to entangling whales. So the Dungeness crab fishing gear working group was established in September 2015. And again, going back to that earlier figure, in 2015, there was the second highest number of confirmed reports and the second highest number of confirmed Dungeness crab reports. At the time, it was the record high until 2016 came along and broke the records again. But 8 months into the year of 2015, when fishermen saw that their gear was entangling a lot of whales, they immediately got together to form this working group to address the problem and start working on a solution. And they brought in, this working group is a combination of experts from fishermen to scientists to environmental groups to the stakeholders that actually make the policy decisions, all of them combining their expertise and working together to both minimize the entanglements and still allow for fishing to happen. The solution is not just to ban all fishing. It's an unsustainable solution. And so we're trying to figure out a way that we can reduce entanglements while still allowing fishing to happen. And recently, or more recently, I should say, the working group established the Risk Assessment and Mitigation Program, which I'll just call the RAMP. They established it in November 2020, and that's where our work from Cascadia and the Marine Mammal Center comes in. We submitted a proposal and a grant to the RAMP to do these small boat surveys and to use our data collection to provide these experts with real-time information about what's going on in many different areas along the coast so that they can go ahead and decide how to actively manage that fishing season. And what's really cool about California specifically, and sort of an interesting approach to how we do this, is that the data that we collect and pass off to the stakeholders, it's used to manage Dungeness crab fishing at a fishing zone level. What I mean by that is California is divided into these 6 fishing zones for Dungeness crab fishermen. Zone 1 all the way there up at the California-Oregon border down to zone 6, which goes down to the USA-Mexico border. So it covers the whole coast of California. And what I say when I mean it's managed on a fishing zone level is that if our data suggests that there's high abundance of whales further south and less whales up north, and you might see a management decision that says fishing is open in Northern California, so zones 1 and 2, but fishing zones 3, 4, 5, and 6 are closed for fishing, or there's a gear or depth restriction on fishing there to try to minimize the overlap of whale abundance that we see in our real-time surveys or that we collect from our tag data, and that fishing the density of fishing pots, right? We want to keep the fishing effort away from where the whales are to minimize that risk. And to do this, it requires this real-time information from key areas at very specific times of the year. There are some amazingly sophisticated models that folks have been working on for a while to try to model whale habitat use and fishing efforts to better understand where the problem areas are going. And those models are excellent. But there is no substitution for, real-time information and actual visual observations of where the animals are and what their behavior is. And so how we do that is we conduct these small boat surveys, which I use as sort of a catch-all term for all the stuff that we're doing from our small boats. And all the information that we collect is used to inform California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the RAMP so that they can work together to make those management decisions at the fishing zone level. And our small boat work, it goes from anything from a photo ID survey where we're dedicated to going out and capturing and identifying picture of an individual. For humpback whales, it's the underside of the fluke. For the gray whales, blue whales, it's the modeling on the side of the body. All those characteristics are unique to the individual, and they help us build our sightings catalogs and our population catalogs. And the data is used for a lot of different stuff, which I'll get to in some slides later on. In addition to our photo ID, we do these line transect surveys where we're instead of stopping at each individual whale for an ID shot, we run a set course at a set speed, and we count the whales that we see along our set course, taking into consideration factors like the ocean conditions, visibility, how far we can see, like what area we cover, all these sorts of things get factored in. But we're really just curious on those sorts of surveys about how many whales are in a set area. And then we also do tagging operations where we attach tags to individual animals to get a fine scale sort of glimpse into what animals are doing on a day, week, or monthly basis. And lastly, we do disentanglement response or entanglement response with the goal of disentanglement or documentation from our small boats. If we're out on any of these surveys and we encounter an entangled animal, then we're fully equipped with all the gear we need and trained and permitted individuals who are experienced in disentanglement and can do it safely and securely without any risk with minimal risk to the human life, and main goal of documenting the entanglement to better understand the problem. So just a quick summary of the objectives that we proposed, the things that we could provide to the RAMP and the California CDFWs for them to make their decision is, first and foremost, information on where the whales are, what they're doing, when they start moving, and generally what we see, when we're out on the boats doing our tagging or other work at specific times of the year. We also made it a priority to determine whether humpback whales, when we encountered them, were feeding on krill versus fish at different locations and different times of year, because this gives us insight into the environmental variability, what's going on in the ecosystem overall. And it also allows us to understand behavior better and how other whale species are likely to be interacting. Blue and fin whales are obligate krill feeders, meaning that they only eat krill, whereas humpback whales are somewhat unique in that they're not as picky, and they'll eat any sort of small forage fish they can catch in their mouth, and they'll eat plenty of krill as well. But as we saw in 2021, and I'll get to in my maps later on, we saw very little krill in 2021 compared to 2020, where we saw large schools of krill. And unsurprisingly, in 2021, we had nearly no sightings of blue and fin whales on our dedicated surveys, while in 2020, we actually found quite large groups of blue and fin whales. And so information like that we can collect really helps us sort of get a sense of what's going on big picture. we collect our photo IDs and our biopsy samples, which is just a sample of blubber from the individual animal, to inform our longer term studies of the abundance of humpback whale populations, trends within that population, and that population structure. Like I mentioned earlier, they're broken up into their distinct population segments, with them being distinct to a breeding ground. And so how the Hawaiian population is different from the Mexico and Central American is actually these slight genetic differences that come from a lack of intermixing and lack of breeding within populations. And so we can only get at that sort of stuff by these photo IDs, mark recapture studies, and then also the genetics of the animal. We want to improve reporting of entangled whales, especially in the areas that did not have high whale watching activity like Monterey Bay, and to promote more successful disentanglement efforts by conducting these data collection surveys with trained and experienced responders. And this was a big point for us because a lot of entanglement reports come from Monterey Bay, mainly because there's at any given day a minimum of 12 whale watching boats that are going out into the bay with the sole goal of finding whales and looking at them. And oftentimes they encounter entangled individuals just by chance. Whereas on dedicated surveys looking for entanglements, your odds of finding an entangled whale are very, very low. It's pretty hard it's difficult and uncommon to find an entangled whale. And it happens in Monterey Bay because of this high whale watch activity. This sort of leads to a bias that there's less entangled whales in these other areas, which we don't believe to be true. We think it's more a result of less folks on the water that are looking for these entangled animals. So we try to allocate our effort and time in areas where there's less folks out on the water. And we also want to improve the quantity and quality of information collected during entanglement response. One of the ways that we'll get that big, scary, unidentified gear type percentage to be lower is if we can improve the information that we're collecting during the response, including collecting that gear afterwards. This isn't always possible, right? Sometimes, just by nature of the entanglement, if we're going to cut that animal free, we're going to lose the gear. And if we lose that gear, we often can't identify it to a fishery. And sometimes if disentanglement can't be conducted, then we just won't get the information we need to connect that gear back to a fishery and learn more about the problem. So improving that is really, it'll be a big step in the right direction to more information at hand to deal with this problem. And lastly, we wanted to successfully disentangle some whales and try to help these individuals that have been carrying gear for either a short or a long time. But either way, the impacts are severe and are severely negative. Okay, so how did we start doing this? Is we proposed to do surveys along the California coast and compare our sighting rates along different depth contours. And so to look at inshore versus offshore distribution, we ran set line transects along the 70-meter depth contour for our inshore distribution and the 200-meter depth contour for our offshore distribution. And that 200-meter depth contour is typically associated with the shelf edge. But we have a weird shelf edge here in the Pacific Ocean, so it doesn't always line up perfectly like that. But this was our goal. And like we saw in 2015 and 2016 with really high entanglement reports, it was a result of sort of not realizing that the whales had shifted to a much more inshore distribution as a result of the environmental conditions and where the prey was, and a less offshore distribution. And if we had had that sort of information in real time, then there could be these gear or depth restrictions that only allow fishing in areas where there are less whales. And so that was our goal for doing inshore versus offshore distribution of sightings. We planned to cover pretty much the whole California coast, which was a big task for a team of 6 or 7 people. And we wanted to do our surveys at really key times throughout the year. We do surveys all through the fall, spring, and summer, but the most important sort of time of year is the fall, because the Dungeness crab fishery in California opens in early November historically. And so leading up to that opening, we needed to know where are the whales, what are they doing, and how can we use that information to guide our fishing practices and fishing decisions. So the maps that I'll show you in a couple slides just focus on the fall season, so I don't inundate you with maps and sightings data and all that sort of stuff. I picked the most important season, but we do cover everywhere from Fort Bragg all the way down to the Santa Barbara Channel, is because California's rich coastline provides biologically important areas for humpbacks and blue whales in many different locations all along the coast. And so we tried to hit some of these known hotspots of known foraging hotspots for whales as sort of an indicator to go out and see, are these whales feeding? Are they feeding on krill, or are they feeding on fish? And if they're not feeding, are they displaying migratory tendencies, right? Or are they mainly in travel mode and traveling south, which are sort of the behavioral observations that we collect when we're doing our photo ID or our tagging operations. Okay, so just to show some data and start discussing it, some really interesting things that we've seen between. So we started these surveys in 2020, and we are gearing up. We signed on for a 3-year contract, and so we're gearing up to start our surveys for this upcoming Dungeness crab fishing season, which is scheduled to open up again in early-ish November, depending on where you are in the coast. So I've conducted a couple so far already, and we'll be conducting a lot more in the future. But just to start to look at some of the differences on a year-to-year basis, which are really fascinating to me, at least. As I mentioned before, well, to start off, we'll talk about our humpback whales. And if you look on the left in October 2020, here's Point Reyes, which is just south of Bodega Bay, this little point here. And in October 2020, we had an extended feeding group of 150 to 200 humpback whales in a really tight area that lasted for about 2 weeks. These animals were there foraging all day long. They were foraging on fish, actually, in that area, which was pretty interesting, because the whales to the south of them, which were on the offshore distribution here, you can see them sort of spread along the shelf edge outside of Half Moon Bay. Those whales were actually foraging on krill. And you can see mixed in, there's some blue and some pink dots here on this October 2020 map. And looking at my legend, those are our blue and fin whale sightings. And we had good numbers of blue and fin whales in October 2020, with a pretty strong aggregation here right off Año Nuevo, just south of the Zone 3, Zone 4 line in October 2020. And again, we saw humpback whales feeding on krill. And then in a later survey, we find large aggregations of blue and fin whales. And so this was our data sort of suggesting one thing was going on, and then a later survey confirming that what we suspected was actually happening out there. But what was really interesting is that, that large extended feeding group that we saw in 2020 was not present in 2021. We actually had nearly, very little sightings in October 2021 out by Point Reyes, and the reports that we got from fishermen and other partners out there was that there were never any massive feeding aggregations off of Point Reyes like we observed in 2020. And this just speaks to the sort of environmental variability that occurs on an interannual basis, right? What happens one year is not necessarily what's going to happen the next year. And this is, the beauty of our real-time data is that we can go out and observe these sorts of things, and then it gets factored into the really complicated models that are being produced. They're being produced by, brilliant folks, like truly, absolutely brilliant folks that are combining data from so many different sources to address this question. But it's this sort of real-time information that they need to tweak their model and fine-tune their models to be producing the most accurate information possible. In November 2020, we saw, again, a pretty similar thing where up off Point Reyes, those feeding groups were still present. This was 125 to 175 humpback whales that were showing extended feeding behavior off of Point Reyes, again on fish. Further south on the offshore distribution, just south of Zone 4, there was prolonged schools of krill where humpbacks, blue whales, and fin whales were all foraging extensively on krill for weeks at a time. In 2021, we didn't see that. We never saw any krill feeding for our humpback whales. It was always fish feeding, and we didn't have any observations of blue and fin whales. And this sort of suggests to us that either it was a bad krill year for, it was a bad year for krill in general, or the environmental variability shifted and conditions for krill were more favorable elsewhere. Southern Oregon is a really big hotspot for blue whale foraging as well. And so it's possible that there were large aggregations of blue whales foraging up there. Of course, the coast is a massive place and it's hard to collect data across the entire coast, but we do, collate sightings from other folks. But there were never any observations of large groups of blue whales sort of reported to us. And so we weren't quite sure what's going on. But again, it just highlights that interannual variability that goes on. And then in December, which we consider to be the end of the season, right? And in our recommendations to the ramp in California CDFW, we typically recommend that fishing can start opening up in early December, because we suspect that there won't be very many whales around, that most of them have already migrated further south out of Central California. That's what we observed in 2020. That is not what we observed in 2021, as you can see by the disparity in sightings there. Again, in 2020, we still had some blue and fin whales lingering around. In December 2021, we did not. But what we did have is unusually high numbers of humpback whales and unidentified large whales, which are that white dot. We know it was a large whale, but we could not confirm the species, and so we just call it unidentified. But we had incredibly high numbers of humpback whales into late December, right? December 10th and December 11th, we're still getting 60, 70, 80 whales on just a one-day survey, right? Just a one-line transect survey on one day. I believe the max was 83 humpback whales on December 10th. And again, highlighting this variability, right? We need this sorts of real-time data and reporting to try to one, fine tune our models and make the most accurate decisions, right? What happened last year is not what's necessarily happening this year. And we need to go out and confirm that so that we can actually make the best possible decisions. And just a brief summary. So we report to the ramp in whales per nautical mile, which is a strange sort of a strange unit to think about, right? How many whales are in a nautical mile? But that's the decision they use to try to understand, whale density, so that they can get a better idea of which fishing zones have really high whale density and how that density is changing throughout the seasons and stuff. And again, sort of like I was talking about there, you can see just looking at these numbers between 2020 and 2021, there's some large differences that vary quite a bit. In September, there was really low variability, right? It was slightly more than 1/3 of a whale per nautical mile. And the way I think about that, so that it actually makes sense to me, is that 1/3 of a whale per nautical mile is the same as one whale every 3 nautical miles, right? So every 3 nautical miles I travel, I'm likely to encounter one whale in September. While as in October and November of 2020, compared to October and November 2021, we see, more than double in 2020 whales per nautical mile than in 2021 in those months respectively. And it's just speaking to this variability again. We need to go out and observe to try to understand what's happening. And of course, there's a whole lot of caveats that come with these boat-based surveys, like conditions and effort and how many miles you've gone. And so that's the other reason we use nautical miles, or whales per nautical mile, is to try to account for that effort, right? How much ground did you cover and how many whales did you see on that across your entire trek? In September 2020, we saw 239 whales and we surveyed 678 nautical miles. While in 2021, we saw 413 whales and covered over 1,000 nautical miles. And just some background info on how we do the stuff that we're doing. So to determine what whales are feeding on, or what humpback whales are feeding on, we have a dual frequency echo sounder, which produces a chirp at 50 and 200 kilohertz. And this is really tricky to do, and comes with a lot of experience and sort of knowledge of how echo sounders are working and how different prey species will reflect that echo sounder ping. But you can actually tell if it's a fish versus a school of fish versus a school of krill that's underneath your boat based on the image you're seeing in the echo sounder. So here in the bottom left, The top image is our 50 kilohertz echo sounder, and the bottom is our 200 kilohertz echo sounder, looking at the same sort of area. You can see that the pictures are different. And this has to do with, the swim bladder in a fish versus the fluid-like, that's a term that we use to describe krill. The fluid-like krill, they both reflect that sound differently. And so with a lot of experience and time, you can accurately survey with echo sounder surveys what's going on. And this is how they survey schools of krill down in the Antarctic, is they drive around with their echo sounder and they can map krill and forage fish species and see what's going on. So they're tried and tested techniques, but we do confirm them with, visual observations of prey. When we see birds or sea lions feeding with our whales, we can often take pictures of what those animals are feeding on and confirm that they're fish. We also, with our biopsy samples, we do stable isotope analysis to further be sure that whales are feeding on fish and krill when we observe them and can collect biopsies. So our photo identification effort, it ties into a lot of different ongoing projects, and not just better understanding entanglements here. Some numbers that I always like to share, because John Kalambakidis in Cascadia has done an amazing job at documenting animals, starting all the way back in 1986 when John started his photo ID catalog of humpback and blue whales. And you can see the numbers there. Cascadia has had over 100,000 encounters with humpback whales since then, and has built the photo ID catalog to just over 7,100. And I'm sure these numbers are even higher now. These numbers are from about almost 2 years ago. But all of that information ties into many different things, right? The resites of entanglement ID, help us understand survivability of entanglements, how much of a population is carrying entanglement scars and has been entangled at one time in their life. The mark recapture from where we observe whales feeding to where they're photographed on breeding grounds helps us understand the migrations and the movements and how different distinct population segments are broken up. And then additionally, from the pure number of unique individuals, we can start to understand abundance and trends. And looking at those more deep in depth, we can see that humpback whales have been doing pretty well here off California and Oregon, and recovering at about 7.5% per year since the mid 2000s, which is really fantastic. But there's a lot of unknowns in there, and that's why there's 4 different lines on this map, because there's 4 different models. And so we can confidently say that there's anywhere from about 3,100 humpbacks to potentially 5,800 humpbacks on the West Coast, which is a pretty big range, right? It's almost double, but it's important to understand that this is really hard stuff to do. And that's why we use multiple models, is because trying to control all these factors is nearly impossible. For blue whales, we see a similar range, but there's a much smaller population. The max is around 2,300 blue whales, while the minimum could be as low as 600 or 700 blue whales. It's a lot harder to say because we have a lot fewer encounters and photos of blue whales. Our tag deployments, we deploy CATS tags, which are video recorders that typically, with a suction cup, that typically stay on for a day or two before they pop off. 2 days would be amazing. That's a long-term deployment for a CATS tag. We also deploy these TDR-10s, which measure depth, the GPS location, and accelerometry to help us understand, foraging, lunge, and body position, and all that sort of stuff. And they're dart attached, and they stay on longer. The longest we've had one stay on is 32 days, and it gives us, better insights into where these whales are going and what they're doing. We see some really interesting behaviors, like in the bottom left there, the profile of a blue whale that forages all through the day. It does these deep dives, these vertical lines going down to depth. And then that bit where there's just a little bit of line squiggling at the top and staying pretty shallow, that's nighttime. Actually, we see this whale stop foraging at night and forage all through the day. And then it just takes a rest at night, which is pretty interesting. And here, just to sort of illustrate, though, that, it's always unpredictable what these whales are doing, and this tag data really helps. These are 3 tags that we put out on 3 blue whales just a month ago. And all these, we tagged all these whales on the same day within about 10, 15 miles of each other. And all 3 of them went in different directions and did different things. Some of them, 2 of them ended up traveling south. But it took one of them beelined it south and then foraged for 9 days. That's the whale on the right. The whale on the middle sort of meandered around and then moved south after a few days. The whale on the left just moved north and continued to move north. And so the tag data really helps us understand sort of just how variable it is and what's going on out there. And so a broad overview of our results as I'm getting to the end of my time here. And we covered a lot of ground. In 2020, almost 2,000 nautical miles. In 2021, just over 2,000 nautical miles. And just highlighting again, our data from the fall of 2020 was strongly influenced by those feeding aggregations off Point Reyes. And the December surveys had fewer whales than December 2021, but December 2020 is more what we expected to happen. And December 2021 was more anomalous. And then again, so our recommendations resulted in delayed fishery starts in 2020 and 2021, the same as 2021 and 22. Early commercial fishery closures. So we shortened the season on both sides with delayed starts, early closures. There were depth restrictions so that fishermen could only fish in certain depths, away from where we observe whale abundance, and a recreational fishery trap prohibition in this most recent fishing season. Quickly in 2022, well, I might skip this in time for questions, but we've seen 11 confirmed entanglements in Monterey Bay, 4 of them confirmed in commercial Dungeness crab gear. And, we actually were pretty nervous at the start of this year because in a 2-week span in March, we had 4 entanglements show up in Monterey Bay of humpback whales. And we were getting nervous that it was going to be a repeat of 2015 or 2016. But since then, it's calmed down a bit, and we're working on collating all the information from the other states now. But the animals we saw in March were all young. They were 1 or 2 years old based on biopsies and marker capture studies that we had done. So we know how old they are from documentation we get during a response by getting GoPro images of the flukes. And we take that image of the fluke and we try to match it to our catalog to see when it was last seen. The documentation we collect during our response helps us understand the nature of that entanglement. And it's really crucial to sort of solving this problem. Preventative solutions require good information. And as I said at the beginning, prevention is going to be key for solving this problem. We need to prevent entanglements before they start. And the way we're going to do that is by working with fishermen. Fishermen are our most valuable partner in this. They understand the ocean, the marine life, better than most people, and their connection with what's going on out there is tangible and real because they're on the water practically every day. They know what's going on out there, and when things change, they're the first ones to know it. Fishermen have been amazing about adapting their gear to minimize entanglements, and so there's all these different gear types that are being tested this year by commercial fishermen in collaboration with CDFW and NIMS in the ramp. And if you want more information on that, feel free to reach out to me and I'll send you these links so that you can read up on these different techniques. And lastly, I'll close with this. What you can do, look for your entangled whales, report an entanglement immediately. You can call this phone number and Justin Visvicki will talk you through all the information that we need. And if you're able to, stand by, keep eyes on that animal and document it as best you can. Take as many pictures. There's no such thing as too many pictures on an entanglement response. And with that, thank you all very much. This is a great privilege to be able to participate again. I'm really appreciative to Scott and Tree and KGUA for putting this on. And with that, I'd love to take questions. I was hoping to have more time for questions, but I rambled on a little bit.
No, not at all. Not at all, Jack. Thank you so much. Again, it's fascinating and really such critical information. Right where we live on the coast, we can see whales right from the shore. And at times we do see entangled whales. Lots of the people do, many citizens here. So this information is really valuable, as is all the work that you are doing. I think Thane has a question about the gear tracking.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I was just kind of curious. I mean, I'm a software engineer and live in tech, but I was wondering because I understand how horrible it is when you lose data, right? For some reason, the logs you were trying to or whatever, losing information about the actual equipment, and that caused the entanglement, can be frustrating, although I guess if you can get the whale free, that's more important. But what kinds of, I was kind of wondering, how do you do the identification? Are there like standards for that? Can you do anything with like RFID that might make it easier to, like, you know, at some distance, maybe not have to visually confirm what the details are to make, and you know, is that possible? And then, you know, I suspect there's always cost issues, but you said you have a good working relationship with fishermen and fisheries, so.
Yeah, and your thought process is right on there, Thane, too. It's no surprise that the software engineer in the room picked up on that, you know, solution pretty immediately, right? So the current method of gear marking is mostly, it's like a plastic tag that's attached to the surface buoy, or specifically colored line that's attached to the surface buoy and a breakaway chain. And things like that. And so it requires, right, that visual observation, usually from a pretty close distance too, especially with an entanglement. You know, it's not just a buoy that's sitting at the surface perfectly still, right? It's getting towed through the water, it's spinning around. It could be all biofouled, like with growth on it, so you can't make those observations anymore. And so technology will be the saving grace, I think, or at least it's going to be a large part of reducing entanglement risk, both from the fishing side, right? I breezed over that slide sort of at the end there, but you know, technology improving the way we fish with ropeless gear, pop-up buoys, all that sort of stuff, and also the gear marking strategies, sort of like you touched on it, RFID chips, which, you know, could be scannable from a distance with programmed information, you know, that is set to a specific fisherman and to a fishery, right? And with a quick scan, all that information is already, you know, is now like on my cell phone or my laptop immediately, right? And I do think that will be the solution. One of the issues, though, too, is that the fishermen have been amazing in working with us, and especially given the fact that things have changed quite a bit, quite quickly, right? And so as we try to figure out what the best solution is, we've come up with a lot of ideas that have been tested, and most of them haven't worked out great, and some of them have worked out. And what I'm getting at is that we're sort of getting to the point where we need to come up with, before fishermen are willing to change how they do everything, right? How they make their livelihood, how they do their job, we need to prove that the methods that we're producing will actually give us beneficial results, right? And so all of that stuff is in testing right now, and it's not going to take hold across the entire fishery until there's good, firm, conclusive evidence that it will not slow down their fishing practices. It won't cost them an arm and a leg to change over to these new tactics. And, you know, it's feasible, right? And it's possible. I am hopeful about RFID chips, though. It's a pretty simple fix, especially, you know, you can embed it in the surface buoy, and if you can scan it from a slight distance, it'll be great.
Right. I mean, you know, Walmart, I think, has done wonders in terms of the logistics supply chain, you know, implementing RFID in terms of how they track stuff. And it has to be done it has to be something you can do at a somewhat reasonably cost effective level, I would suspect. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks,
sorry,
Jack.
again.
You did. Oh, go ahead, Thane.
Oh, I was just back to data. I was looking at you had the slide with the whale 1, whale 2, whale 3. It looked like whale 1 did a walkabout into the mountains at one point. Is that just sort of showing all the data, even though some of it looks a little bit anomalous?
Yeah, exactly. That's anomalous. I recovered those tags about 10 days ago, and so I didn't do all the post processing that I wanted to, but I thought it was really cool that they all went in different directions, and I wanted to include the map. But yeah, you're right. That was erroneous GPS hits.
Yeah. I've worked with GPS a lot in the past, so yeah, I understand how that could go. So, but also, it's almost, you know, seeing the anomalous data kind of makes it feel more real, because, you know, when you see that perfect chart, you always kind of wonder. So
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Jack. If we ever get these back to you in person, we got to get you up here.
I know. I can't wait. I'll be in your neck of the woods in the next few weeks doing some surveys up there. And I wanted to say too, Tree, like you hinted at, you guys do your land-based surveys up there. It's such a remote area for us, and it's hard for us to get our boats up there to do work, that any of these land-based sightings you pass along to us is such valuable information. So you guys yourselves have played a pretty big role in our sort of deciding where to send our boats and where to send our effort and stuff. And so we really appreciate the sightings that you guys pass along.
You're muted. I don't think I can unmute you from here. Scott, you're muted.
Gear from Alaska, and I was really stunned when I saw that. And that was a great visual you had today. And the other question I had was, but you answered it, was how you're determining what prey these different species of whales are feeding on. I didn't know if it was ocular evidence, you're seeing the horrified fish or krill leaping from the water like we do sometimes, or if you're doing fecal analysis. That you answered that really well.
Yeah.
It was interesting what you said about the fins are feeding on krill alone.
Yeah.
In the Gulf of Maine, they just slam the herring and the sand lance, and even juvenile mackerel, the one we call spike mackerel. So that was interesting to hear that they're feeding on just primarily on krill, at least the finbacks.
Right. It's been an ongoing, like for John, it's an ongoing curiosity for him, and something that's always on the back burner of like, well, why are these fins only eating krill? We haven't had the time or energy to dig into it yet, but it's fascinating how these guys are obligate krill.
So
Jack, you're muted. Sorry, Jack, I muted you.
You're good. I was just going to say, I will cede the mic to Laura now, and I appreciate you guys giving me an hour of your time here to share some of the work we've been doing.
Thank you, Jack, very much.
we could talk about this for another hour easily. Well, thanks, Jack.
Thank you. I'll talk to you guys
Bye.
soon. Bye.
Very good.
Bye, thank you. I'm getting my sea leg, so to speak, as doing this radio thing. So getting little hits on my phone as I go. Just to give everybody context, this is KGUA 88.3 FM in Gualala. We are doing the Ocean Life Symposium 2022. Our last speaker who just left was Jack Barkowski. He's a research biologist at Cascadia Research Collective and a graduate student at Moss Landing Marine Labs, and was speaking to us about risks of entanglement for large whales in California. So that's who we were just talking to. For everybody who's listening or watching, we also are live streaming, as we always do, 24/7, our audio stream, which you can get to at kgua.org. And for this particular event, we are also simulcasting on YouTube Live, because most of these presentations have really cool visuals, pictures, charts, data, and whatnot. And so just so anybody who's listening, you can actually get the full multimedia impact if you go to YouTube. Also, after this concludes, we will have all of the presentations available in a little spruced up form on YouTube as well for later consumption. But anyway, just to give that background. And so I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is Laura Crane. She'll be speaking on monitoring salt marshes in the face of sea level rise. Laura Crane is the research associate at Wells National Estuarine Research Reserve in Wells, Maine. Her research focuses on the effects of climate change and sea level rise on coastal ecosystems in the Gulf of Maine. From monitoring the spread of invasive and range expanding species to monitoring long-term trends in water quality and salt marsh health. Laura received a BS in marine science from Rider University, where she studied the effects of shoreline development on blue crab populations. She then received an MS in marine biology from the University of Massachusetts at Dartmouth, where her research focused on the invasive Asian shore crab. After graduate school, she monitored and assessed the progress of a salt marsh restoration project with the Nature Conservancy. Now she works at the Wells Reserve, where she studies the ever-changing Gulf of Maine. Hope I got that right.
Yeah, thank you, Thane.
I'll hand it over to you now.
Thanks for that introduction, and thank you for having me on this show. This is really exciting, and I'm honored to be able to join you all the way from the East Coast. Let me just get my slides up and running and share my screen with you. hope this works. Okay, hopefully you see my big slides and not my notes. Perfect.
Actually, we do see your notes. So,
Oh, you do see my notes. That's awkward.
well, I'll take a sneak preview on this side.
All right. You should have just seen my big title slide. That's odd.
Yeah, I did
Oh, boy.
some dry runs. Despite all the dry runs, there's always something. So
Yeah, it worked before and now it's not working. Let's try this.
Okay.
All right.
You got it.
that's good.
You got it.
All right. You can see just my title slide.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So despite practice runs, there's always glitches, right?
Well, this is
So yeah.
that's great.
So thank you. As Thane mentioned, my name is Laura Crane, and I'm a research associate at the Wells National Estuarine Research Reserve in Wells, Maine. I'm a coastal ecologist, and I'm involved in a wide variety of research projects that all try to aim to understand how climate change and sea level rise are affecting our local coastal ecosystems here in Maine. But a lot of the research we do here in the Gulf of Maine, as you'll learn, actually extends across the country. So today I'll be introducing you to one of the projects I'm involved in, which is long-term monitoring of changes occurring in our salt marsh ecosystems, and understanding how this critical ecosystem is being affected by climate change and sea level rise. So a little sneak preview of what I'm going to be talking about today over the next hour or so. First, I'll just kind of set the stage and give you some background information on the Wells Reserve, where I work, and the types of projects we're involved in. And then I'll let you know why you should care about salt marshes. A lot of people just think of them as buggy, smelly environments, but they're actually really amazing ecosystems and really important. So I'll talk about that a little bit. And then we'll talk about how marshes tend to respond to flooding and how we can measure salt marsh health and how the salt marshes are responding to changes in sea levels and in climate change. And with all this data that we collect, what do we do with it all and how can we use it? So before we dive into learning about salt marshes, let me just orient you to the Wells Reserve where I work and where this long-term monitoring takes place. So the Wells Reserve is part of what's called the National Estuarine Research Reserve System, which is a network of 30 sites across the country that all work to protect and study estuarine systems. What is an estuary? An estuary is essentially where a river meets a much larger body of water that is affected by the tides. Usually when we talk about estuaries, we're talking about where a river meets the ocean, and you have this mixing of fresh water and salt water, and you have tides, high tides and low tides, so these very dynamic systems. These can also be in freshwater systems like the Great Lakes. So the Great Lakes are such large bodies of water that they also experience tides. So we also have 2 sites that are located along the Great Lakes, which is pretty interesting. Otherwise, we have sites in pretty much almost every coastal state in the United States, as well as Alaska, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico. So this network of reserves is really powerful. It allows us to collaborate on projects with people from across the country, share information and findings with one another, and do projects more on a national scale, as in addition to working on a local scale. So not only understanding what's happening at each reserve on a local scale, but understanding how things are changing across our country. The Wells Reserve is located in southern Maine in the town of Wells. We're located between two estuaries. The Little River estuary is located just north of us. And then we have a much larger estuary called the Webhanet estuary to our south. Both of these estuaries receive freshwater input from several rivers and creeks and saltwater input from the Gulf of Maine. And both of these estuaries also experience 2 high tides and 2 low tides each day. So that's called a diurnal system. And the really interesting thing about the Gulf of Maine is we have actually really big tides, and which means that the water will go up and down about 10 feet every single day. So you can imagine that the salt marshes that line these estuaries are going to experience really drastic changes throughout each day. The mission statement of the Wells Reserve is to understand, protect, and restore coastal ecosystems of the Gulf of Maine through integrated research, stewardship, environmental learning, and community partnerships. So today I'm going to be focusing on the research that we do here. And the overarching theme of our research at the Wells Reserve, we have a lot of different projects going on, but they all really kind of aim to understand how climate change and sea level rise are affecting our coastal ecosystems. So some examples of this work include researching and monitoring the spread and impacts of new species into the Gulf of Maine. So as waters are warming due to climate change, a lot of fish and crab and other species are moving around, moving to areas they couldn't live before. We are monitoring the spread of the invasive green crab, which is a bit of a nuisance species, also on the West Coast as well, but is very prevalent over here in the Gulf of Maine. And we also have projects studying the range expansion of the blue crab from the mid-Atlantic. We also have a project that involves community volunteers where we go to monitoring sites throughout New England to monitor long-term changes in invasive species. And we also have several long-term monitoring studies that detect changes in our estuaries. So one of these major projects is our water quality monitoring. We're part of what's called the system-wide monitoring program, where every single reserve in the NEARS system all collect data looking at water quality data changes over long periods of time. So how are our water temperatures and salinity and pH and turbidity and things like that changing over long periods of time? And we all collect that data in the same way so that we can make comparisons again across a national scale, as opposed to just looking at what's happening in our local waterways. We also have a long-term plankton monitoring project that's been going on since 2008, where we are surveying essentially baby fish and crabs and other invertebrates to see how larval fish and crab populations have been changing over time. And a third long-term monitoring project we do is what we're going to be focusing on today, which is monitoring salt marsh health, which we've been doing since 2005. So how are our local salt marshes faring in the face of climate change and sea level rise? Almost all of the NEARS sites across the country also monitor their salt marshes in a similar way. So again, we'll be able to compare our findings in our salt marshes to those across the other sites across a national scale. So that's kind of the power of this NEARS system. But why study salt marshes? What's so great about them? Why should we care about them? A lot of people, when they think of salt marshes, they think of that smelly, muddy place that they drive past. It smells really bad and has a lot of bugs. And it's true, they are smelly and buggy. But salt marshes are also really critical ecosystems that provide a wide suite of ecosystem services and benefits, both to people and to our environment. First of all, salt marshes support diverse wildlife. They are a place where numerous fish and crab species will breed within the pools of the marsh. And then these marshes will provide a nursery habitat for those young animals, providing them protection from predators as they grow. These animals will go on to support our commercial fisheries, our economies, and support a robust food web, feeding people as well as feeding the other animals that live within the salt marsh. In addition to fish and crabs, there's also a wide diversity of shorebirds and mammals that will live in the salt marshes and feed on the fish and crabs that live there. The Wells Reserve actually has a series of game cameras out in our Little River Salt Marsh that will take pictures of any animals walking by. And so we've been able to capture a lot of the wildlife that uses our marshes. We've seen a variety of birds, including blue herons, families of geese, egrets. We've also observed a lot of mammals in our salt marshes. For example, the American mink. I actually found an American mink that was using a burrow in the side of a marsh creek. So that was pretty cool. We've also found little voles running around in the grasses, and we've seen family of deer feeding in the salt marsh. Salt marshes also provide a lot of great recreational opportunities to tourists and locals alike. These are beautiful environments to go kayaking, canoeing, sightseeing, and bird watching. Salt marshes are often used by schools and summer camps as outdoor classrooms to help connect students with nature. So the Wells Reserve has a really great education and outreach programs where they work with school groups, and we have summer camps where we will bring kids out into the salt marsh and really help them connect with nature and learn about this really important ecosystem. And salt marshes also help to keep our local waterways clean by filtering out sediment, nutrients, and contaminants that are in the water. And very importantly, they help to buffer our coastal communities from flooding. So marshes act kind of like a giant sponge. When a big flood comes through, they help to soak up a lot of the excess floodwaters and also buffer coastal communities from flood damage. So many oceanfront communities, like the one you see here, might have a nice sandy beach on one side facing the ocean. And on the other side of that community, they often have a salt marsh facing the bay. Now, again, a lot of people see these marshes as buggy and gross, but they provide a really incredible service to this community, absorbing excess floodwaters and protecting that community from major flooding. Many of us, have been affected by flooding at some point in our life. And as storms increase in frequency and intensity with climate change, unfortunately, we're hearing more and more about flooding damage to towns throughout the world. Even without storms, sea levels are rising too, which means that our high tides are getting higher. So some towns are even experiencing something called sunny day flooding, where the high tide gets so high that it floods their streets, even though there's no storm coming through. So flooding damages, as we know, It damages homes, closes businesses, damages infrastructure, and prevents people from traveling across roads. But the presence of salt marshes along our coasts next to our community helps to mitigate or reduce flooding when a storm comes through, or even just during high tide. So this diagram is just kind of showing how salt marshes can help to do that exactly. So when a storm passes through a coastal town, those waterfront properties are often damaged by both the water levels rising as well as wave activity crashing against infrastructure and causing extra damage. So in this image, you can see this home is getting flooded and those waves are coming right up against that property. Now imagine you put a salt marsh right in front of that property. Instead of just a beach, you have a salt marsh now. Like I was saying, those marshes, when a storm comes through, that marsh can act like a sponge and help to absorb some of that excess flood water. In addition, the grasses in the salt marsh can help to kind of absorb that excess energy from the waves, kind of reducing wave heights and helping to protect that property from wave damage as well as flooding damage. And we do have some real life examples of how salt marshes have actually helped help protect communities in the past. So Hurricane Sandy on the East Coast back in 2012 really battered the mid-Atlantic states. And there was a study that was done shortly after Hurricane Sandy that found that the presence of salt marshes next to affected communities actually helped to prevent more than $625 million in direct property damages during the storm. So that is damages that would have happened on top of all the damage that already happened. And it also found that areas that had more salt marshes in front of properties experienced less damage than communities without salt marshes. So as you can see, salt marshes are really critical ecosystems that, they serve as a home to diverse wildlife. They support our local food webs and our fisheries, and they also help to protect our coastal communities from extensive storm damages. So now that we know that marshes are really important habitats, how do we actually go about, or how do salt marshes respond to being flooded? Clearly, us as humans, we don't do well when our communities get flooded, but salt marshes actually have unique adaptations, and they are adapted to being flooded regularly by seawater. In many areas, salt marshes experience diurnal tides. That means that every single day, the tide rises and falls twice per day. Twice per day, these salt marsh plants are getting flooded by seawater. And plants that are located closer to the water source, the bay or the creek, are typically located at a lower elevation and will therefore be flooded for a longer period of time than plants that are at a higher elevation and closer to that upland edge. Because of this, salt marshes are often divided into several major zones based on which plant species can live there, how high the elevation is, and how often they're getting flooded. So different plant species within a marsh are adapted to surviving under different amounts of flooding. So in this diagram, you can see those three really major salt marsh zones. The low marsh zone is the area of marsh that's at a lower elevation, and it's usually closer to the water's edge. Plants that live there are highly salt and flood tolerant, so they like to live where they're frequently going to get inundated by the tide. So in Wells, Maine, this often includes the smooth cordgrass, Spartina alterniflora. In contrast, plants that are at a higher elevation, such as at the upland border, are only going to be flooded during storms or super high tides. So plants near the upland border are going to have a very low tolerance to flooding and salt intrusion. So this often includes species such as the common reed, Phragmites australis, or the marsh elder, Iva frutescens. In between these two extreme zones, we have the high marsh. In the high marsh, these plant species prefer a more moderate amount of flooding and salt intrusion. So these are things like the salt meadow cordgrass, Spartina patens, blackgrass or Juncus ferrarii, or the spikegrass, the Sticklex spicata. Now, as sea levels rise, this marsh is going to become flooded more frequently, which in turn is going to affect which species can survive in which area of the marsh. So for example, our high marsh zone over time might start to look a little more like our low marsh zone. So, you know, the salt meadow cordgrass Spartina patens might start to die off because it's getting flooded too often. And the smooth cordgrass is going to start to move in to replace it. Similarly, our upland border, those plants like the common reed and the marsh elder might not be able to survive the increased flooding. They might die off, and it will start to look a little more like our high marsh zone with the salt meadow cordgrass. So by monitoring the changes in what plant species are living in our marshes, we can detect how sea level rise is affecting our local salt marshes. Now, a really cool feature of salt marshes is that they can actually grow. Salt marshes don't have to stay the same elevation all the time. They have this natural ability to grow upwards over time, increasing their elevation in the hope of keeping pace with sea level rise. So when the high tide comes in, the marsh gets flooded, all that water contains a lot of sediment that's just suspended in the water. Now the marsh grasses act kind of like a filter or a rake, pulling out a lot of that sediment from the water and allowing it to settle down on the marsh surface. Over time, this sediment accumulates and makes the marsh slowly increase in elevation. This is a process we call sediment accretion. So sea levels naturally do change over time. That's true. However, in the past, these changes in sea level were typically a very slow, gradual process. The difference today is the rapid rate at which sea levels are rising. So to put it into perspective, between 3,000 years ago and about 100 years ago, sea levels increased and decreased slightly over time, but with almost no change overall, just kind of fluctuated up and down a little bit. Within the past 100 years, sea levels have risen about 6 to 8 inches. And the current rate of sea level rise is just unprecedented compared to that past several thousand years. So marshes have a little bit of a challenge today. So when sea levels rise slowly, as it has in the geologic past, the marsh can often grow to keep pace with sea level. So they use that method of sediment accretion to grow at about the same rate as sea levels are rising, and they can keep pace with sea level. So in this case, those plants that are living in the marsh can continue to thrive because they are still at the same elevation relative to sea level. However, when sea level is rising too rapidly, marshes have a bit more of a challenge. If those marshes can't accrete and grow vertically fast enough to keep pace with sea level, they will be flooded more often, and this is going to affect what species can survive there. So you might be wondering, how can we tell how our salt marshes are responding to sea level rise? Are our marshes keeping pace, or are they getting drowned out? So to answer this, we have been conducting long-term monitoring in our Webb-Hannett estuary marsh since 2005. This monitoring project allows us to detect long-term changes in the health of our salt marshes. So just to kind of quickly reorient you again, so the Wells Reserve, again, is located in southern Maine in the town of Wells. We're located between the Little River and the Webb-Hannett estuary, but the project I'm talking about today is going to be focused on the Webb-Hannett estuary. And we have been conducting long-term monitoring since 2005 in this estuary system. And since 2005, we've had 40 biomonitoring plots set up throughout this marsh. And just last year, we actually installed an additional 33 plots in an area of the marsh called Drake's Island. So now overall, we have a total of 73 plots that are going to be monitored year after year to look for those long-term changes in marsh health. What is a biomonitoring plot? It's essentially a 1 meter by 1 meter square that is permanently marked in the marsh using, wooden or PVC stakes. So every single year when we go out to these plots, we can revisit the same exact spot in the marsh year after year and see how those spots are changing over time. And these marshes, or these plots, will go from the upland edge down to a creek. So those will encompass those 3 different marsh zones that we talked about earlier. We'll have some plots that are located in the upland edge, some in the high marsh zone, and some in the low marsh zone. So over time, we can see how different parts of the marsh are responding to sea level rise. At each of these plots, we monitor a fairly large suite of metrics. In particular, we're interested in looking at changes in the plant community within these plots. So one thing we will do when we get to our plot is we will list out what plant species are living within the plot. So in this case, we have Spartina alterniflora, Salicornia, and Sueda living within our plot. We also have some of this plot is covered just with mud and doesn't have any plants living in it. So over time, we keep revisiting the same plot again and again, and we can see if any of these species leave our plot, die off from the plot, or if we have any new plant species living in our plot. For each of these species, we also estimate a percent cover. So how much of the plot is being covered by each of these species. And the way we do that is we use some narrow rods that we lay across our plot to create a grid. And at each of the points within this grid, we mark which species are present at each point. And so this allows us to get a percent cover for each species. So how much of the plot is covered by Spartina alterniflora, how much is covered by Salicornia, how much by Sueda. And over time, we can see if certain species become more or less abundant. And we also look at plant densities. So for this, we will use a much smaller plot called our subplot. And within that smaller plot, we will measure the number of plant stems. So in this plot, I got lucky and there are only 2 spartina alterniflora stems to count. Sometimes you'll get, hundreds of blades of grass within that little plot. And it can be a very tedious process for sure. But it's really important information because this will allow us to know not only what species are in our plot, but how densely are they populating that plot. So is there, is a certain species starting to die off? Are they starting to grow more densely within the plot? And we also measure plant heights. So how tall is the vegetation within the plot? So in this particular example, Spartina alterniflora was 52 centimeters tall. And this is important because certain species, especially like Spartina alterniflora, will change height based on how much that plot is being flooded. So this particular species actually has 2 forms. It has a tall form and a short form. And in this photo, in this example, we're actually looking at the tall form. And that is, the tall form actually prefers to live in areas that are flooded more often by the tide. So if we start to see that Spartina alterniflora is getting shorter over time, maybe that plot is not getting flooded often anymore. So it's really important information as well. So in addition to looking at our plant communities, we also measure a few other metrics to detect other changes in marsh health. So for example, one thing we looked at is soil compaction. Essentially, how hard or soft is the ground? So we placed this big device called a soil penetrometer just outside of our monitoring plot. And we drop a metal weight 5 times and measure how deeply the device has sunk into the sediment. This will provide us with an idea of how healthy the plants are, not only above the ground, but also below the ground. So if you have a really healthy root system underground, then the ground will typically be more compact and this device won't sink as far into the sediment. So this is really neat because it means that we can also understand how healthy the root system is without having to actually dig the plants up out of the ground, which is obviously going to damage our marsh. So we can, understand how the below ground biomass is changing over the long term. And as we talked about earlier, different plant species are adapted to surviving in soil of different salinities or the amount of salt surrounding their roots. So we also have these PVC tubes called groundwater wells that we install just outside our monitoring plots. These allow us to easily collect a sample of groundwater next to each of our plots to measure how much salinity or how much salt is present within the groundwater surrounding the plant roots, because that's going to affect what species can live there. And finally, we want to measure any changes in elevation on the marsh surface. So as I mentioned, marshes have the ability to grow, so they can accrete sediment and grow vertically upwards, but they also have the ability to sink down. As plants start to die, their root system is also going to die, and it won't be able to provide the same structure to the marsh. So sometimes that can result in the marsh surface actually sinking and getting lower in elevation. So in addition to increasing elevation, marshes can also decrease their own elevation, which of course would result in them getting flooded more often. So in order to look at marsh elevation, we use this device called an RTK GPS. that allows us to measure the elevation of the marsh at each of our plots to the accuracy of only a few centimeters. Being able to measure elevation to a centimeter level is really critical, because even just a few centimeters of change in elevation can impact how often plants get flooded, and therefore what plant species can live there. In order to get even more accurate measurements, in case a few centimeters wasn't enough, we also have a few surface elevation tables, or SETs, installed in our marsh, and that's that top left photo you see here. That's one of our SETs, and this allows us to measure changes in elevation to an even more precise level. So if the marsh can keep pace with sea level rise, we expect that these metrics probably won't change too much. But if the marsh is not keeping pace with sea level rise and it's getting flooded more often, what kind of changes can we expect to see in our data? So first of all, our species composition. The plant species that we find in our plots are probably going to start shifting towards more salt and flood tolerant species. So if a plot has a lot of high marsh species in it, that plot might start to see more and more low marsh species instead. Percent cover of certain species are gonna, that can increase or decrease depending on what the species is. So again, our high marsh species might decrease in percent cover, whereas our low marsh species might increase in percent cover. Our plant densities, we might expect to see a decline there as certain species start to die off and they might not be as healthy anymore. And plant heights, as I mentioned earlier, can increase or decrease in response to flooding, depending on the species. So with Spartina alterniflora, the smooth cordgrass, for example, if it gets flooded more often, it actually will start to grow taller, and you'll start to see more of the tall form alterniflora instead of the short form. And soil compaction, we might expect to see a decrease. So as plant species start to die off, and maybe their roots will become weaker and not be able to provide as much support to the marsh surface, so you might start to see softer mud. Groundwater salinity, we would expect an increase in salinity as more seawater is infiltrating the ground. And as we talked about, elevation might decrease, if the root mat is dying off and we're losing elevation there because we're losing that structure. But the marsh might actually still be increasing its elevation through sediment accretion, but might just not be growing fast enough to keep up with sea level rise. So clearly this long-term monitoring project takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, and produces a very large data set. So what exactly do we do with so much data? How can we visualize this? And how can we share it with others? So first of all, we can graph this data visually to see how each of our monitoring plots is changing over time. So here's an example of a graph that shows how the species composition within this plot has changed over time between 2005 and 2020. So this is a plot that is located within the low marsh zone close to a marsh creek. And these bars show what percent of that plot is covered by mud, that's the brown part of the bar, what percent is covered by low marsh species like Spartina alterniflora, that's the dark green, and what percent of it is covered by high marsh species like Spartina patent, that's the light green bar. And from this graph, we can see that from 2005 to 2020, this plot actually had a little bit of fluctuations up and down over time. But generally between 2005, if you just look at 2005 to 2020, we did have a slight increase in the percent of that plot that was covered by low marsh species and a decrease in high marsh species. So this indicates that this plot is very slowly shifting from high marsh species being dominated by high marsh species to being dominated by low marsh species, which could be an indicator that this plot is being flooded more over time. This trend, I should note, is not consistent across all of our plots. This is just an example of one of our monitoring plots. Different zones in the marsh, again, are going to respond differently to sea level rise, and we're even going to get variation between plots. But this trend we have seen to occur in a good number of our plots that are close to creeks. And we suspect that, plots that are closer to the body of water, to the creeks, are going to be the first ones to be affected by they're going to be the first to respond to rising sea levels. Meanwhile, plots that are located further from the creek edge, maybe closer to the upland, they might take a little longer to respond noticeably to sea level rise. So here's just another plot example. This was a really extreme example of some changes occurring in our salt marsh. This plot was located right next to a creek edge, and what this is showing is that over time, between 2005 and 2020, this creek edge completely eroded into our marsh plot. And so in 2005, the plot was located completely in the high marsh, up on the marsh platform. By 2014, we start to see a little bit of low marsh species entering the plot and a little bit of mud. In 2016, more than half this plot is just completely eroded into the creek. And by 2020, there is no more vegetation in our plot and the plot's just completely in the mud. So this is, again, a very extreme example of some changes that we can, but it's changes that we can capture with this type of data. So that's all data that's collected at a very localized scale, right at the Wells Reserve. But if you recall, a lot of other reserves throughout the country are also collecting the same type of data in very similar ways across the country. And so that gives us an excellent opportunity to be able to share our findings with other reserves. We can share monitoring protocols with each other and help each other out and collaborate on different projects. So there's this, the NEARS Science Collaborative is available to help fund collaborative projects within the NEARS system. So the Wells Reserve was part of one of these projects, which was the synthesis of salt marsh monitoring data from 4 New England NEARS. So we partnered with 3 other New England NEARS in the system to work on trying to synthesize all our salt marsh data to look at regional trends. And this went pretty well. So we are now also part of a much larger scale project. We've kind of ramped that up to a more national scale. And now we are working with reserves from across the country to work on a big marsh data synthesis project, which has been nicknamed Namaste. which just stands for National Marsh Synthesis Team. But this is just a great way that we can take this very localized data and use it on a much larger scale. As I mentioned earlier in this talk, we have a long-term water quality monitoring project, which is called SWAMPS, Wide Monitoring Program, where every single reserve across the country has to collect the same water quality data the same way year after year. We've been doing that since 1995. And we have what's called the Centralized Data Management Office. And their job is to compile the data from all these reserves, some quality checks on all our data, format it, and upload it to their website, which can actually be accessed by anyone. So you could go right onto CDMO's website right now and access any of our water quality data from any of these reserves. And so it's just this really great tool that has been used by, members of the general public, educators, researchers, resource managers, all kinds of people have logged in and accessed this data. And so what I'm really excited about is that the CDMO is now working towards doing this with our salt marsh monitoring data too. And I believe there's already data up there. They've already started uploading some of our salt marsh data that you can access. And it's great that we're going to have this really powerful tool that anyone can access, just like our water quality data. So just to quickly summarize, as I'm running out of time here, we know that salt marshes provide a very important ecosystem service for us and for our environment. We talked about how they support diverse wildlife and robust food webs. They provide us with recreational activities, and they also help to protect our communities from flooding. While marshes do have the natural ability to adapt to change, adapt to sea level rise, the rapid rate at which sea levels are rising currently does pose an extra threat to salt marsh health. So long-term monitoring of salt marshes allows us to determine if salt marshes are keeping pace with level rise, or if they're becoming flooded more often. By monitoring marshes long-term, we'll be able to detect changing conditions in marsh health. We'll be able to share this data across the country through the NEARS system and collaborate with other reserves and provide access to this data to communities. If communities have access to this data, that allows them to take action, use real data to make real life decisions about their salt marshes, and are able to take action to protect or restore marshes that might be threatened by rising sea levels. And by protecting and restoring our salt marshes, we are in turn, of course, protecting and restoring a critical ecosystem and all the ecosystem services that marshes provide. So with that, I just want to say thank you very much for hosting, for inviting me to give this talk today, and thank you to everyone who's listening. It's great to be here.
Thank you very much, Laura, for an outstanding presentation and all this information about the importance of salt marsh and all the factors that are currently affecting them. And I love how you brought it in to show how collaborating this data really across the nation is now available and taking place. And I think that's going to bring good results.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. I learned quite a bit. You really laid it out nicely, all the facts, and everything going on. That's really, really excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I had a question. This is all brand new to me. So, I mean, I grew up in the Bay Area, so I'm kind of used to some salt marshes, but never thought too much about them. But it's kind of interesting because, we hear also a lot about on the coast here about coastal erosion. But it seems like salt marshes kind of have a built-in mechanism to, although whereas erosion's more maybe sort of horizontal, taking away land, they essentially they treat it in terms of elevation rising and sinking. But I'm just wondering, is there anything that salt marshes can help, is there something we can do to try and replicate that elasticity elsewhere to address, erosion and other kinds of things? Because it seems like it's really holding the land together.
Yeah, so there's definitely, that is an additional issue that I didn't even get into in this talk because even an hour is not long enough. But yeah, in addition to rising sea levels and, marshes kind of drowning from too much water, we also have the added issue of erosion going horizontally. So as I briefly showed in that one graph, one of our plots is just kind of completely eroded away into the Marsh Creek. And so that is another issue a lot of areas are dealing with, is they're losing their marshes horizontally from their marshes just eroding away from the edge. So it's kind of getting, attacked from two different directions. And so there are, a lot of different methods that people are using and testing to try to protect and restore salt marshes in both directions. People are using things called living shorelines to try to help stabilize the marsh edge and then allow it to even, in some cases, grow more marsh out to that living shoreline, so actually extend the marsh edge out further while also trying to stabilize it. So you kind of help the marsh in that way. And then there are ways that people are trying to restore marshes vertically. So there's sediment, or like basically artificially helping marshes to do that sediment accretion method. It's something that's being kind of tested at the moment in a lot of areas. There's a lot of research projects where they are kind of testing out basically spreading sediment on top of the marsh so that it can help to build up that elevation. Of course, that has to be done very carefully so as not to, you put too much sediment, you kill the marsh, you don't put enough sediment, and then you don't do anything. So you have to find that happy medium, and it's definitely not an easy thing to do, but that's something that's, kind of in the works that I've heard about.
Interesting.
Yeah, thank you again, Laura. Your presentation was really beautifully laid out and organized. And we can call on you again sometime. Will you be able to stay busy at the reserve all winter?
Oh yes, don't you worry. The field work definitely slows down because it gets cold here in Maine over the winter. But some research projects continue on, and I've collected tons of data over the summer that I'm going to have to analyze a lot of data and write reports. I will be definitely keeping busy for winter.
Oh, excellent. I hope we'll see you again in the spring. We may be giving a talk at the reserve ourselves next summer.
Oh, that would be great. Yeah, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, we're organizing that with Suzanne right now, so the time. I hope we'll see you then.
Yeah, it was great. Always great having you guys at the reserve, and it was great meeting at the talk too.
Thanks again for your time today and for sharing your knowledge and expertise with all of us.
Thank you. Yeah, it was great being here, and I'm glad I could kind of help represent the East Coast in California.
So are we. So are we. Okay, Dane.
Okay, so I'm
Ready
trying
for
to
the next
communicate with our, I'm trying to communicate with our next speaker to make sure he shows up in the waiting room, and so trying to figure that one out. So I I can let you fill in.
Okay. Tell them about Howie.
So we're waiting for Howard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Trying to get him to join the Zoom, and let me make sure. I'll try to resend him the link just to be sure. Not used to doing this on my phone though. So just
I
to
can
remind
talk about
everyone, this
how-
is Kate. Okay, go ahead. I will grab. I'm
Okay, I
gonna
can talk.
grab the computer. So you've got the floor for a moment.
Okay, I didn't want to talk over Howard, but I can introduce him a bit while we're waiting. Howard and I met in the late 70s or around 1980 in Massachusetts. And then we both, I began working on, I started a whale watch company in 78. And by 79 and 80, we were out on the water 6-7 months of the year. And Howard was working out of Gloucester for a company called Seven Seas Whale Watch, which thankfully is still in business and doing one of the best cruises in the area. And so Howard and I would often wave over the water and see each other at frequent meetings. And then Howard kind of disappeared because he ended up back out here on the West Coast and working with his brother Ken Balcom, the well-known whale biologist. And then we were just kind of talking through emails for a while until Tree and I came back out here and again seeing each other at occasional meetings and staying in touch through emails and the Ocean Life Symposium here too as well. And Howard puts on a great symposium. Is that in the spring?
Yes. Open network. Mhm.
No,
In the
it's
spring.
symposium.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's usually in the spring with some fantastic speakers from, especially up through the Pacific Northwest. And Howard has a great deal of information, not just about the southern population of southern orcas, southern residents, but the issues surrounding the dams, rivers, and Native Americans who relied on the salmon, as do the orcas and have for generations. So I hope he's ready to click in here.
Howard gave two talks at the very first Ocean Life Symposium 4 years ago. 2 talks in person, and then he's joined us on every Ocean Life Symposium we have had since then. So we're really excited that he'll be able to join, hopefully that he'll be able to join us today to tell you. I love the title of his talk. It says the Elwha River of Hope. And here's Howard
Here's
now.
Howard now.
Here he is. So thank you. You look like one of those FBI witnesses. Ah, that's better. We can see your face. It's all backlit. It's secret identity. So great. Just to give a brief recap of what we're doing before I hand it over to you, Howard. So again, this is KGUA 88.3 FM in Gualala. Today we are having the 2022 version of the Ocean Life Symposium. We just listened to a talk by Laura Crane on monitoring salt marshes in the face of sea level rise. She's a research associate at the Wells National Estuarine Reserve in Wells, Maine. Our next speaker is Howard Garrett. He's going to speak to us about the Elwha River of Hope. Howard began working as field researcher with the Center for Whale Research of San Juan Island in 1981. In 1995, he began campaigning to return Lolita Tokitai, a southern resident orca captured in 1970, to her home waters in the Salish Sea. In 2001, he and his wife, Susan Berta, founded Orca Network, a nonprofit organization based on Whidbey Island, dedicated to raising awareness of the whales of the Pacific Northwest and the importance of providing them healthy and safe habitats. Orca Network projects include Whale Sighting Network, educational programs, presentations, events, and advocacy, Langley Whale Center, Central Puget Sound Marine Mammal Stranding Network, and the campaign to retire Tukite Lolita to the Salish Sea. With a degree in sociology, Howard's interest is in the social systems and natural history of orcas and the emerging picture of diverse orca populations worldwide, with a focus on the southern resident orcas of the Salish Sea and coastal waters, whose diet has been primarily Chinook salmon for millennia. With their food base now dwindling below survival levels, Orca Network advocates for salmon spawning habitat restoration and protection. And with that, I will hand it over to you, Howard. Thank you very much for participating.
Okay. Unmuting, am I live?
You are live.
Wonderful.
Indeed.
Okay, well, thank you ever so much, Scott and Tree and Thane and Peggy and everybody in the crew for inviting me to join the symposium this year. I'm coming to you from above the banks of the Elwha River at the Balcom Big Salmon Ranch, which you'll see a photo of soon, named, of course, in honor of Ken Balcom, the founder, director, and chief scientist of Orca Survey, the demographic study of the southern resident orcas and any other orcas in the Salish Sea, conducted under the auspices of the Center for Whale Research. So with that, I will show you where I am, and let's go ahead and share screen here. And sharing sound, we learned that little trick thing. Share. We got the whirling, there we are. Do we have the, oh, let's see, I've got to move these. Okay, that's unexpected. The little
Let's get on our end. We've got the full screen and don't see your notes, so that's
Okay, great.
That's something.
Yeah, trouble is I don't see my notes either. I've got to get rid of this. Hide. And there we go. Okay, that's better. I can see you and my notes. So, but I really wanted to go back to the first one first. The Elwha, River of Hope. This is the Elwha River. This is between the two former dam sites, and in the foreground and bottom is part of the Balcom Big Salmon Ranch. And when you look up, you can see that this river originates from the high mountains of the Olympic Forest. So this will be part poetry and part science, kind of a blend of the two, which is how any good restoration story should be. And just to give you some context, a little evolutionary and historical background, it started from glaciers emerging from the Ice Age about 13,000 years ago. It was a trickle and then a stream, and eventually a rushing river meandering through the Olympic Peninsula. Pioneer salmon soon found the freshwater habitat suitable for spawning. Salmon from throughout the Pacific Northwest intermingle in the oceans, traveling in broad circular patterns in the Pacific Gyre. Then they find their way to within smelling distance of the river of their origin, using current, salinity, temperature patterns, the sun, stars, and the Earth's magnetic field to the river mouth, where their sense of smell guides them to where they first hatched. Many of you probably know all about the life cycle of salmon, but this sort of sets the table for what will follow. A female salmon may lay 3,000 to 5,000 bright pink eggs in the nest called a redd that she digs in the gravelly stream bed. Only about 20% of the eggs in a stream will hatch. Most of the adults die within 1 or 2 weeks after spawning. In the Elwha River Basin, salmon once contributed over 300 tons of phosphorus and nitrogen to the watershed ecosystem every year. by decaying carcasses and the scat of predators and scavengers. About 130 species of birds, mammals, reptiles, and amphibians benefit from the nutrients in salmon carcasses. This profusion of diverse life is driven by long, wet winters and spring snowmelt, with a long-term average annual discharge of 43 cubic meters per second. For millennia, the rainforest watershed ecosystem was ideal habitat for anadromous fish, with 10 species of salmon and trout spawning in its waters. Fish thrived in the cold, clear waters of the Elwha River and historically served as vital sustenance for the lower Elwha Clallam tribe, living along its banks for thousands of years, who still live on land at the mouth of the river. The salmon runs provided a valuable food source for many animals, including black bear, coyotes, gray wolves, bald eagles, raccoons, and dozens of others. Salmon carcasses littered stream banks during prime fall and spring spawning, providing food for scavengers and enriching the soil and plant life, including the massive western red cedar, Sitka spruce, western hemlock, and Douglas fir. Historically, the Elwha River was one of the few rivers in the contiguous United States that supported all of the anadromous salmonid species native to the Pacific Northwest. Spring Chinook, summer and fall run Chinook, chum salmon, coho salmon, pink salmon, sockeye salmon, summer and winter run steelhead trout, are both steelhead and trout, and we will get to that. Bull trout and cutthroat trout. The river was considered the most prolific fish producer on the Olympic Peninsula. It was known for its very large Chinook salmon, weighing up to 100 pounds. Over 400,000 adult salmon returned annually to the Elwha River to spawn. 8 tribes of the Olympic Peninsula, the Makah, the Quileute, the Hoh, the Quinault, the Skokomish, the Port Gamble Sklallam, the Jamestown Sklallam, and the lower Elwha Clallam have lived in this area since time immemorial. More than 650 archaeological sites document 12,000 years of continuous human occupation in Olympic National Park lands. In 1987, the area received its first national designation. Did I say 19? It was 1897 as the Olympic Forest Reserve by President Grover Cleveland in response to concern about the area's disappearing forest. In 1909, President Teddy Roosevelt designated Mount Olympus National Monument to protect the habitat of Roosevelt elk. Construction of the 108-foot-high Elwha Dam was completed in 1913, 5 miles from the river mouth, to supply electricity to a pulp mill in Port Angeles. Despite regulations requiring fish passage, the Elwha Dam was constructed without a fish ladder and blocked anadromous fish for more than 70 miles of the river. You see the salmon milling around, going in circles, trying to figure out how they're going to get over that dam. In 1927, 210-foot tall Glines Canyon Dam was built 8 miles upstream of the Elwha Dam. A fish hatchery was constructed to produce salmon, but it proved unsuccessful and was soon abandoned. Both dams were built within the historical homeland of the lower Elwha Clallam tribe, who opposed the dams. They suffered from reduced subsistence and commercial fishing. Their settlements were inundated, along with culturally sacred lands and resources. After the construction of the dams, the lower reach of the river eroded, including the gravels needed to create suitable habitats for spawning. So even below the dams, the habitat was devastated by the dams. Over 90% of the historical distribution of salmon was unavailable, and the remaining salmon populations downstream of the Elwha Dam were in decline. The lower dam blocked access by anadromous salmonids to the upper 38 miles of mainstream habitat and more than 30 miles of tributary habitat. The salmon runs that once numbered more than 400,000 adults every year were reduced to less than 4,000 on only 0.9 miles of available habitat. In 1938, President Franklin Roosevelt signed the act designating the Olympic National Park. An additional area of the Pacific coast was added in 1953. You can see that little green shading along the coastline. That's all part of the Olympic National Park. Today, about 83% of the Elwha River's watershed lies within the Olympic National Park, where it is protected, while the remaining downstream portion of the river flows through a mixture of public, private, and tribal lands, where we are right now. Above the dams, the Elwha's basin remains largely in a natural condition. Water is withdrawn for municipal and industrial use, and there is some logging. The idea of taking down the dams was strongly opposed in Port Angeles and the surrounding area. City residents and officials feared that losing inexpensive power from the dams would lead to closure of the pulp mill, the city's largest employer. Usually, salmon and tribes lose to the more powerful political interests of big business, timber, railroad, mining, farming, and hydropower. The conflict over the Elwha really began with the first industrial colonizers over 200 years ago, but came into focus after the dams were built. Is the river meant to extract resources and generate electricity for a pulp mill? Or shall it produce a natural abundance of salmon and all manner of wildlife and vegetation? In 1986, the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe, along with 4 environmental groups, formalized a request for removal. In 1992, Congress passed the Elwha River Ecosystem and Fisheries Restoration Act, authorizing dam removal, not mandating it, but authorizing it. With 10 years of studies, confirmed the need to remove the dams, but lack of funding and rising costs pushed the projected demolition start date to 2012. But in April 2009, stimulus grant made it possible to move that date up to 2011. Now I'm going to show a video that describes how all that happened.
I think we all saw it as an existential fight, but we were thinking of different existences.
We can't play God with these rivers, and what is done is done.
Suggesting taking out 2 working dams, almost universally, people told me I was crazy.
In any other country in the world, can you imagine them taking out an existing facility that's producing low-cost power?
In the minds of many people, profit is a dirty word, but no one runs a business if they're not going to make any money at it.
When they saw all the fish dying, they tried to raise their voices, but they were just Indians. They didn't have a voice.
Heal our great majestic river, the Elwha River, so that our way of life, our great salmon will swim into our rivers and be plentiful once again.
I do not believe those dams will ever come out. The public outcry has reached a peak.
What I've witnessed in these last 20 years is that public opinion can be moved.
Nothing on this scale has ever been attempted before.
So that was the trailer for Return of the River, a beautiful documentary produced by Jessica Plum and John Gooseman. And you'll see a whole lot of John Gooseman's work you already have in this slideshow. He's a great cinematographer and is so totally dedicated to the Elwha and the Olympic National Forest in the Wolf Peninsula. So anyway, after 2 decades of planning, the largest dam removal in U.S. history began on September 17, 2011. 6 months later, the Elwha Dam was gone, followed by the Glines Canyon Dam 2 years later in 2014. The controversial project cost over $350 million. Primary purpose of removal to restore anadromous fish populations. When the dams were both removed in 2014, sediment accumulations wiped out virtually all invertebrates in the lower river. But by 2015, the sediment was mainly through the river, and there was a rapid rebound. 2 years later, in 2017, everything, including numbers of invertebrates and the species composition, was back to normal. Revegetation efforts have restored a diverse range of native plant species to the area, including Douglas fir, red alder, black cottonwood, western red cedar, and Sitka willow, Oregon sunshine, and riverbank lupin, among many others. Olympic National Park's greenhouse facility produced approximately 320,000 plants and 7,000 pounds of seed for the project. The plant diversity is rich, including conifers, shrubs, flowers, and grasses. Horsetail is especially abundant and didn't need any help. Lupin seeds broadcast over the lake bed sprouted in clouds of purple flowers, now in bloom all over the riverbank. Lupin fixes nitrogen that improves the soil, enabling other plants to thrive. Now, 10 years after the removal of the Elwha, the lower dam, and young cottonwood trees are thick and 15 to 20 feet tall. Cedars, firs, willow, bitter cherry, thimbleberry, twinberry, and so many more are all thriving here. The berries on the shrubs are drawing white-crowned sparrows among many other birds, nesting in the young forest. Biodiversity is getting a reboot as the trees and shrubs thrive. After being blocked from the upper reaches of the river for almost a century, salmon began returning to their natal waters upstream of the dams just months after dam removal. Using snorkel surveys, radio telemetry, and sonar imagery, biologists are monitoring how salmon are recolonizing the river. All 9 runs of migratory fish species passed the Elwha Dam and were documented upstream of the former dam site within 31 months of dam removal. And 8 of 9 of those migratory fish species ascended through the Glines Canyon within 60 months. There are few, if any, examples in the literature of such a diverse migratory fish assemblage moving upstream following a dam removal. In 2012, the first year in more than a century that they could spawn there, nearly 300 Chinook reds were spotted in the riverbank above the former site of the Elwha Dam. The following year, even with the remains of Glines Canyon Dam still blocking the river at mile 13, observers counted 4,200 returning Chinook. And within weeks of the final demolition blast at Glines Canyon in August 2014, the first Chinook were seen above that site. 3 weeks later, they detected Chinook salmon environmental DNA over 20 kilometers upstream. Most of the Chinook salmon were detected downstream of the former Glines Canyon Dam, between the 2 former dam sites, which is where we are now, with a few individuals going to the upper reaches of the watershed. This is Chinook. In 2016, after the final removal of a rockfall that collapsed into the river channel just days after the Glines Canyon Dam came down, blocking fish passage again, the red was found nearly 36 miles up the river. While most of the king Chinook salmon returning to the river today are hatchery fish, they are descended from the Elwha Chinook used in the state hatchery program since the 1930s. The hatchery fish, which were used to keep the Elwha Chinook alive, were from summer Chinook, which may never have ventured very far up the river in the past. When spawning beds become highly contested, fish are forced to seek less populated areas further up the river, and more reds are being found each year above the former dam site, the upper dam site, I should. There are also worries, increasing pressure to open the fishing in the river too soon, as well as the effects of global warming with reduced summer water flows and rising temperatures. Also, hatchery fish from Japan, Russia, and Alaska are flooding the open Pacific Gyre, crowding out native species. But for the time being, there is scientific consensus. The Elwha River is recovering and provides an excellent example of ecosystem restoration. In Duda et al. 2021, Chinook DNA was positively identified from the mouth of the Elwha to 32 miles upriver, showing a wide range of recolonization. Nearly 2,300 adult wintered steelhead returned to the river in 2021, an increase of roughly 300 from the previous year. This is the largest amount since monitoring started in 2013. Mel Ellefson with the Lower Elwha Clallam Natural Resources Department believes in the power of rivers and their salmon and steelhead to rebound if given the chance. It proves it works. It proves salmon can return and be resilient. They were totally resilient, just surviving that long, that many decades without being able to use their habitat. In 2020, 153 reds were counted. In 2021, 197 reds were found, most of them between the 2 former dam sites. The two hatcheries were built, one by the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and the other by the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe in 1976 and 78, respectively. The state hatchery produces salmon, while the tribal hatchery focuses on coho salmon and steelhead. Juvenile Chinook were found farther upstream in 2019 than in 2018. In the spring of 2019, adult Chinook produced more than 500,000 smolts, which was the most since dam removal. This was followed in the next year in 2020 by over 1 million smolts. As of 2019, a few Chinook pioneers had started to reoccupy these upper reaches for spawning. Steelhead are the greatest success story, and quite the surprise. Summer steelhead were not found in 2 surveys before dam removal. But rainbow trout, which had continued the entire time without needing to go to the ocean, kept the DNA intact upstream, and when they could go downstream to the ocean and back up, they expressed their inherent steelhead DNA, and now already are the biggest steelhead runs in Washington. In the 4th and 5th years after dam removal, scientists observed 229 and 341, respectively, adult summer steelhead in the middle and upper Elwha, with the highest densities the upper Elwha, upstream of the Grand Canyon, which is way above the site of the Glines Canyon Dam, up to 60 kilometers into the upper reaches of the Elwha River. Downstream of the former Elwha Dam, only 2 summer steelhead were observed, which means the steelhead really wanted to get to that high altitude spawning beds. The American dipper, or ouzel, is now abundant in areas that they were never seen previously to dam removal. And just as an example, levels of nitrogen in American dippers upstream from the dam increased every year after the dams were removed. So we can gather from that that all the critters upstream have increased nitrogen in their bodies from having the dams removed and the salmon spawning and dying upstream. And downstream, the estuary restoration is providing bait fish habitat and easy entry to ocean conditions. Before dam removal, fish were pouring straight into the deep waters of the Strait of Juan de Fuca. The nearshore had very little kelp or eelgrass. Now we have a large estuary with sandy beaches and blind tidal channels. Feeding in the estuary, where fresh and salt water intermingle, doubles or triples the size of the smolts before they head out into the open ocean, and increases their survival dramatically. Bull trout and rainbow trout occurred throughout the river during all 4 surveys before and after dam removal, were more abundant overall after dam removal. Their highest densities shifted farther upstream following dam removal. The population of pink salmon, as you can see in this chart from Duda et al., population of pink salmon was low before and after dam removal. On the left side, those are locations on the river with increasing distance from the mouth of the river. And you can see under the Chinook and under the Omykits, which are the rainbow trout and steelhead species, they have really filled in big time above the river. Sockeye were rarely detected after dam removal, but environmental DNA detections throughout the river showed that they had increased somehow. They just weren't seen, and it's a small number and starting from very low, so not detected except by their environmental DNA. But testing of that DNA determined that these fish were strays from other rivers, which is an encouraging sign that other rivers' salmon populations are coming into the Elwha and finding good habitat. The number of reds found above the former Glines Canyon Dam were high, indicating that fish are continuing to recolonize the upper watershed habitat. Coho occupied the largest area of the watershed, going up many of the tributaries and nearly to the headwaters of the Elwha River. Trout had the largest increase in density after dam removal. Total number increasing by 253% over the survey period. The vast majority are rainbow trout, which carry the DNA that becomes steelhead when they go out to sea and spend a year or two fattening up, mostly upstream from dam removal. The additional about 5 miles of new river habitat after dam removal that were underwater in the former reservoirs likely contributed to the increased productivity of trout. Although low numbers of adult coho salmon were found, adult coho salmon appeared to be spawning upstream of both dams. In only 5 years, dam removal profoundly increased fish populations in the Elwha River. After dam removal, scientists counted 2 to 4 times as many bull trout, rainbow trout, and cutthroat trout and Chinook salmon, and hundreds of summer steelhead, which were previously very rare in the river. Reconnecting the Elwha River is enhancing genetic diversity, life history diversity, and habitat use of these species, now documented for summer Chinook, coho, steelhead, Pacific lamprey, and bull trout. In the planning stages of dam removal, natural resource managers hope to recover self-sustaining anadromous salmonid populations in the Elwha River within 5 to 10 generations after dam removal. But large gains have already been made by the first generation of some species, especially steelhead and Chinook, both of which, I might add, are orca food. Orcas will eat steelhead. They certainly prefer Chinook, but they have been known to eat steelhead as well. Now another video, and this is really the celebration of the return of Chinook to the Elwha.
So great to see the salmon right there against the dam, bumping their heads up after 100 years. And those salmon are still wanting to go upstream. And we're going to make it possible for them to do that.
There was never a concern that there wasn't going to be enough fish. It was central to survival. It was a staple. It was a way of life.
The river was our playground. And as a child growing up, I could eat fish 3 times a day, and I never thought nothing of it.
The Elwha restoration is this thing that is going to be in every textbook for the next 50 or 100 years. This is the most significant river restoration in our nation, and it's the largest dam removal ever done anywhere. Then the river is populated by these enormous numbers of the fish that return to the same stream where they were born to lay their eggs, and then they die. That represents this giant fertilization exercise. Marine-derived nutrients are really important to the functioning of these ecosystems. And this spot, this Elwha restoration, is going to be the primo spot for demonstrating the importance of marine-derived nutrients. There is no finer, no more perfect place to demonstrate that than right here.
That is so beautiful. And it all comes back to the southern resident orcas. And they are in danger. They're seriously fragile and in danger of blinking out, of not being able to successfully reproduce enough to replenish their population. And that is because of the lack of food. And their food is Chinook salmon and some steelhead on the side, and a little bit of chum and a little bit of coho, but mainly those Chinook. And so the Elwha River, while small in scale and seasonal and not a great big boost, will provide them with some food. And just to give you an update on the population, the southern resident orcas, as of July 1st, when the census year ends every year, the population has decreased to 73 individuals. But we're happy to announce the addition of 2 new calves, J59 and K45, during this time. But sadly, the center has announced the losses of 2 additional males, L89 Solstice, born in 1993, and K44 Ripple, born in 2011, and the previously announced death of 35-year-old K21 Cappuccino last summer. And by the way, I do want to just add a note, especially for any Wordle users. The letters in Elwha spell whale. And with that, I am happy to attempt to answer any questions we might have. So I guess I will stop share and go from there.
Thank you, Howard. That was very beautifully laid out and just filled with very important information. And I think it was extremely hopeful about how the rivers can be restored and all of the advantages of taking down those dams. It was so great to hear that all the positives.
I know, more than you can just count simply. It's not just numbers of fish, it's the whole profusion of life in the entire ecosystem. Every plant, every bird, every insect is going to benefit and become more abundant, and the more diversity and just a so much healthier watershed, the whole watershed ecosystem. So yeah, that's what this has pointed out to me.
Yeah. I really appreciated that. It was wonderful. And how about on the other dams, the Snake River, the other rivers, the Snake River, Columbia? What type of progress is being made?
Well, there is certainly a lot of buzz going on. And in fact, the Klamath Rivers, there are 4 dams on the Klamath River, which is in severe distress now because of basically drought, but they are scheduled. I mean, seriously, hard deadline scheduled for removal in 2023. That's not far away. So at least in removing them. So finally, all of those hurdles have been jumped over, what is it, 20 years or so, to finally get them on at least the schedule to be removed. So that's the first immediate thing. On the Snake River dams, it's still a massive political battle. It really is, and it always has been, and to the point that no elected official in the whole state of Washington would ever utter the words, remove the Snake River dams. They couldn't do it, or they would get unelected. I mean, and that just held everyone. There is such a fever pitch of anti-dam people. That it's beyond anything rational or reasonable, and there's a vast volume of facts and false facts and misinterpretations and misinformation, and it's just the airwaves are just flooded with confusion about what it would do, what it would cost, what would have to be done, how to mitigate the services of the dam, which are primarily the transport of grain down the dam on barges down the river, which can only be done with the dams in place to raise the levels. And that's really subsidized. It's federally subsidized transport for the companies that ship the grain, and that needs to be replaced in another way. Also, there is irrigation, and again, it's subsidized, and that's down at the lower end of the Snake River. The Ice Harbor Dam at the bottom of the Snake River does provide irrigation, and that can be mitigated, can be replaced. Maybe there needs to be some adaptations in what crops are being grown. Like almond orchards in California, maybe not such a good idea when water is scarce. Exactly. Some of those adjustments have to be made. And also the hydropower. And hydropower, does come from the dams, but it's really not significant. When you look at when it comes out, it really only is producing a lot of electricity during the spring runoff, when level. And so, those are issues that have to be dealt with, and yeah, they can be replaced. And they're really the sort of the drumbeat of we can never replace those, the services of those dams. Without those dams, our lights would go out, we wouldn't get any grain, I mean, it's just so overstated and overwrought. Okay, but what has happened finally after all these years, our Governor Inslee and our senior senator, Patty Murray, about a year ago said, okay, we're going to write a report on this, which was a breakthrough. They never wanted to talk about it. So, and then 6 months ago, they issued a preliminary draft of their report. And it sort of said, yeah, salmon depend on that river, and they won't come back without removing the river. You got to remove the dams. So you have to remove the dams if you want salmon in that river. That's basically what they said. But they also said, and this was in the final report that came out in July, they said, yeah, but we shouldn't start doing that until after we have replaced all of those services, the shipment, the irrigation, the hydropower. As soon as all that's taken care of, then we can start to remove the dams. Well, how long is that going to take? So what seems to be happening, and I hope I don't, this is pure punditry and speculation on my part. So I have no inside source. I don't really know, but there have been some great reports out of the White House lately that have actually emphasized that the dams have to go if we want salmon. And also the tribes have gotten very organized, and now they're very harmonious in their requirements. And it doesn't hurt that the Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland, who is a Native American, and also the Undersecretary of the Army that oversees the Army Corps of Engineers, which owns the dams, built and owns the dams, he is a Nez Perce Native American, and the Nez Perce are upstream in the Snake River, and they have been campaigning forever to remove the dams. So there's a whole lot of voices now in places of power that have a big influence on the conversation. So what I am just suspecting is that sometime after the midterms, maybe after the first, there could be an executive order, from the White House, paired up with the resolution from Congress and with the consent. And that this is what's never been present before, with the consent of Patty Murray, basically, and the governor. The Washington delegation has to give their approval, or Washington won't touch it. But if they can all at once kind of announce, well, now, it's just time, we got to start doing this, then that sort of gets the political heat off Patty Murray, and it'll be after the election. I assume she'll be reelected. So it's safe to do it. So I think the Snake River dams are going to be on the schedule by next spring. That's my guess. Anyway.
That would be wonderful. There are all these factors that have to kind of fall into line, but it seems like they are starting to, and that's a good sign, Howard. Good. Thank you.
Yeah,
looking forward.
Thanks, Howard. That political climate in Washington with dams sounds very familiar to Maine and lobsters. No one dares say an unkind word about a lobster. They're out of office. So,
right.
Yeah.
Right.
But,
Despite
I love the way you show the increased biodiversity after the dams came down, with the the trees which attract lots of all the plants that attract lots of insects, which attract more birds. It was great to see the dipper back in there. It's one of our favorites from Colorado.
Oh, really? Yeah, I saw one down at the river the other day. It was great to see them swimming around, and then hopping on a rock and doing their dip, and then back in the water. Yeah, it was great.
Are you in Ken's place right now?
Yes. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Get the two of you on one of these together someday.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a folk hero down here from his work with the different films and the Orchestra of the Sound. He's very well known.
Great. Great.
It'd be great to get the two of you on together sometime. Yeah.
Well, he'll be watching this. That's for sure.
All right. Watch for your next T-shirt.
He what?
Watch for your next T-shirt. Watch for your next T-shirt. It's on its way.
Looking forward. All right. I love them.
Yeah.
I still wear my hoodie when I walk the dog on a cold day. It's great.
His last year. He's gonna make a new one for you this year.
Oh, good. Cool. Yeah, you come up with the greatest T-shirts and hoodies. Love them.
Well, thanks, Howard. Thanks, Howard.
Yeah, you're so welcome, and thank you for inviting me. And okay, well, we can have a little breather maybe here before the next one. What do you think, Thane?
Sure. Well, actually, our next one is very cooperative in the sense that it's pre-recorded, so we can
okay.
We can start as early as we want. All right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Right.
Leilani snuck off to Europe and but sent in her recording back in September.
Ah. Well,
Very
that's
nice,
cheating. We'll let it go.
great. Well, thank you very much, Howard. I appreciate it.
Right. Well, thank you.
And just to remind everyone who's listening or watching, this is KGUA 88.3 FM in Gualala. Also live streaming audio, kgua.org 24/7. And for the special event, we're live streaming on YouTube with audio and video. And we'll have recordings of that available afterwards as well, but still streaming live. And so we were just speaking with Howard Garrett about the Elwha River in Washington. And we will now move to our next pre-recorded speaker. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye. So our next speaker is Dr. Leilani Stell. She will be talking about photo identification of marine mammals with the use of artificial intelligence. Dr. Leilani Stell is a full professor who joined the Department of Biology at the University of Redlands in 2008 after spending 6 years as an associate professor at Rochester Institute of Technology in New York. She has taught both non-majors and majors courses in introductory biology, along with upper division courses in comparative animal physiology, marine ecology, mapping animals, marine mammal biology, and research. She is an advocate for study abroad and has led her own travel courses focused on marine conservation to Mexico, the Pacific Northwest, Canada, Ecuador, and Galapagos Islands. Her research interests are the physiological ecology of aquatic animals. Her current projects focus on human impacts on marine mammals in Southern California, including studies on boat disturbances of sea lions, distribution of blue whales, and behavior of dolphins. These projects require technologies such as photo identification, remote field cameras, theodolites, scuba, and GIS analysis. Leilani includes student volunteers in her reach locally along the California coast throughout the academic year and supports summer research students. Dr. Stell's research is supported by Earthwatch expeditions, and she has successfully obtained grants for a variety of sources, totaling approximately $1.5 million. And with that, I will try to get her presentation queued up here. Share my screen. And this should hopefully do it.
Hi, I'm Leilani Stell. I'm a biology professor at the University of Redlands and co-founder of Life Aquatic Expeditions. I'm very excited to participate in today's Ocean Life Symposium. This is actually my 15th year working at the U of R, and I work with students on a variety of projects, all under the overarching goal of investigating human impacts on local marine mammal populations. Today, I will focus my discussion on one aspect of that research, which is our photo identification efforts. So what do we mean by photo ID? Well, wildlife and ecology researchers have been interested in following individual animals for a very long time. Traditionally, they would rely on tagging or marking the animals. But in the 1960s, researchers started using the natural markings and photographs to recognize individual animals. This is now a very common approach for a variety of animals, from zebras to whale sharks, and is used extensively in the study of marine mammals, especially important since they're so difficult and, of course, expensive to tag and follow in the wild. So photographs provide a relatively non-invasive way to track the movement patterns and learn about individual life history patterns. I've been studying marine mammals in our local waters for over 10 years with the goal of developing a long-term data set on all of the different species that we observe. Obviously, this requires a lot of time and resources. For a number of years, my project was supported by Earthwatch expeditions, and we had a lot of citizen scientists contributing. And of course, I work extensively with students from the University of Redlands who volunteer for experience, and some of them even complete their undergraduate senior capstones on particular projects. I'm also very fortunate that my husband is a wildlife photographer, Shane Kina, and he contributes greatly to this project. You'll see many of his images in this presentation. And I really want to acknowledge and thank Dana Wharf Whale Watching. They have been incredibly supportive, and our partnership provides access so that myself and my students can gather data year-round. Our study area is primarily out of Dana Point. At times we have chartered boats so that we can follow a transect path both up and down the coast. But typically we now rely on opportunistic sightings off of the Dana Wharf Whale Watch boats. In the past, we've also worked out of Catalina Island, where we chartered a smaller boat, and also again did transects along the front. For most of the species we encounter, we try to get photographs of each individual so that we can identify them as individuals, not just a member of that species. We use Canon DSLR cameras with zoom lenses, and depending on the species, we try to photograph particular body parts that are unique. For the blue whale seen in the top image, we primarily use the shape of the dorsal fin along with the modeling and coloration. And if we're lucky and they fluke, we can get the underside of the tail. For bottlenose dolphins, we focus on dorsal fins and any nicks or notches in the fin, since most of them are not quite as obvious as patches, who is seen here in this image. So who do we see in our work? And I literally mean who, because I really think it's important to recognize that these are individuals, not just a population. This image shows all of the species of cetaceans, and we are fortunate that we can see quite a variety just in the local waters off of Dana Point. But today I'm going to focus on 3 different marine mammal species that we have concentrated our photo ID efforts. So the first is the blue whale. Obviously the blue whale is one of the baleen whales. And then we're going to look at 2 of the toothed whales, the bottlenose and the Risso's dolphins. The other question is, where do we see these animals? We use GIS to map the locations of all the animals that we see, and we also include their behaviors, how many, and other characteristics of oceanographic features along with the boat traffic. This map shows all of the sightings from 2012 till now, and in these 10 years we've had over 4,700 sightings of 16 different species. When we include the fact that many of the dolphin pods can be very large, we estimate that we have seen over 235,000 individual animals. As you can see in this map, it's kind of hard to read when you see all of those sightings, almost 5,000 dots overlapping, but the most frequently observed are the common dolphins. We get both long and short-beaked in our area. And that's both in the number of sightings and the number of individuals. And they are shown in this map as the green, yellow, and pink dots. We also see a lot of California sea lions, which are shown in the orange. But if we want to look by species, here we can see all of the sightings of the blue whales. And notice that the symbols have now changed to show their behavior. So we have observed 385 individual blue whales. Notice that they are typically found along the edge of the continental shelf, and the most common behavior is feeding. And so that makes sense since that's an area of upwelling. Bottlenose dolphins, we also find quite close to shore, but their most common behavior that we've observed is traveling. And we have over 4,000 animals that we've estimated to see in the years. And finally, the Risso's dolphins, we don't see nearly as often, but we've seen over 1,200 individuals, and they're most often seen feeding. One thing to notice is that they're often in the deeper waters, which makes sense because they feed on squid, and you can also see them more often around Catalina Island. So let's start with blue whales. They obviously are one of the most exciting animals to see. And this was one of the most exhilarating moments I've had out in the field. I will say that we were not expecting this whale to surface right where it was. It had been at a little bit of a distance. And luckily, we were just idling and the whale surfaced right in front of the bow. We were very shocked. We didn't get any closer, but we did end up with this beautiful image. One of the amazing facts about blue whales is, of course, they are the largest animal, not just now, but to have ever lived, larger than any of the dinosaurs. And when we think of humpback whales, which are a very large animal, you can see that the blue whale is about twice the size. Now, of course, in the past, there was a record blue whale of 110 feet. Unfortunately, due to whaling targeting the largest animals, we don't see them that big anymore. But they're still quite immense and really impressive when we see them. And for some other comparisons, you can see that they weigh 200 tons, which is about the same as 40 elephants. This map shows the distribution of blue whales globally, and you can see that they're found pretty much throughout all of the oceans. But this view is rather broad, as obviously they're not seen everywhere in every season. And that's because they are migratory species, like most of the baleen whales. So they spend their summer months in the high latitude areas where they're feeding primarily on krill. And those are great areas in the summer with the long daylight that supports phytoplankton and then the zooplankton and moves up the food chain. You can see here that they migrate between these high latitude feeding grounds and then spend their winter in more tropical regions where the water is warmer for breeding and nursing their young. Now, if you were to look at this map, it wouldn't look like there's any area that you really see them in our coastal waters off California, but they actually do come to our region to feed in the summer and fall. It's hard to imagine, but blue whales were once abundant before commercial whaling decimated their numbers. Worldwide, they're estimated to be close to 300,000 blue whales before the 19th century. But of course, with commercial whaling, it just destroyed the populations and they went nearly extinct. You can see that with the moratorium on whaling, the population has very slowly increased, but we're still dealing with just a small fraction of the original population. It's estimated that the overall global population is between 10 and 25,000 individuals, with only a couple of thousand in the eastern North Pacific. So the species is listed as endangered throughout its range. The Southern California coast is one of the few places in the world where you can see blue whales, especially in such an easily accessible area. This map shows a time animation of our blue whale sightings from the start of the project in 2012 till 2020. It jumps in 4-month intervals, so you can really notice the seasonality of their residence. Remember that whales visit our area for feeding, which occurs typically in the summer and fall, but we do occasionally see them in the spring as well. In our research to date, we have observed a total of 385 blue whales in 306 different sightings. But of course, some of those are animals that we've seen in repeated times. They are typically by themselves, but occasionally we've had groups up to 6 individuals. And of course, we do see moms with their calves. You may notice that the number of the sightings appears to have declined in recent years, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the population has changed, just that their distribution shifts with oceanographic conditions. Our area does attract a lot of marine mammals in general because the coast drops from shallow to deep very quickly, which leads to upwelling of nutrients, which supports primary productivity. And for the blue whales, that means that you get more krill close to shore. So you should be able to observe that the majority of the blue whale sightings on this map are along that shelf edge where their prey congregates. And studies have found that in addition to bathymetry, other variables such as sea surface temperature, chlorophyll, can be predictors to help us understand where the animals are going to be found. One of the big threats for blue whales is ship strikes. And by being able to have an idea of where they're going to be found and when, then hopefully that can help us reduce the risk by alerting the boats as to where they might have a hotspot of blue whales and hopefully avoid that path.
Please bear with us as we are experiencing some technical difficulty, but we are working on continuing the presentation.
Similar to the blue whales, we created a time and that way, when we see them in the future, we can compare and match. In some summers, we've seen around 25 different whales, and other years we only see a few. It really varies. This image of the catalog shows Kinko, who's one that we've seen multiple times, and he's very obvious with the distinctive kink in the fluke. But the majority of the animals we do see each year are new, which again doesn't mean that they're new to the population, but may just be using different habitat. And we are collaborating with other researchers who are studying in different regions so we can compare our photos and get a better idea of their home range and behaviors. When we focus on animals as individuals, we can really gain a lot of insight. For example, this blue whale we first observed early in our study in July 31st, 2012, off of Long Beach. But when we compared with our colleagues, we discovered that she had first been photographed in Monterey Bay in August 1989, 23 years earlier. And over the years, she's been sighted in 13 sightings and 7 seasons over those 23 years. And I'm calling her a she, which we know because she's been observed with calves in 1992 and 2007. If we assume that 1992 was her first calf and that she was maybe 10 years old at that time, then she would have been at least 30 years old when we first saw her. So I think it's really fascinating to be able to learn more about these animals' life history patterns and better understand their experiences by tracking them as individual animals. The second species we are going to focus on is very different in not just size, but in biology, and that is the bottlenose dolphin. These are toothed whales, so they eat fish primarily and sometimes squid, as opposed to plankton. They are also typically found in larger pods, whereas the baleen whales, like blues, are often more solo. Bottlenose dolphins have a tropical and temperate distribution, as you can see in this map, as they don't migrate seasonally, but they do often have large home ranges. In our local area, we have both coastal populations that are the ones that you see from the beach, and the offshore groups that are more likely to be seen from the boats. We actually know surprisingly little, though, about both groups of bottlenose populations, especially in comparison to other areas of the world where bottlenose have smaller home ranges and all of the individuals may be known and recognized. It's estimated that the global population of the species is about 600,000 animals. They're not listed as endangered, but they are protected and vulnerable to many threats. The best estimate of the population of bottlenose dolphins in our local waters I found was in this paper that combined data from surveys between 1991 to 2005 and estimated less than 2,000 bottlenose dolphins in Southern California. So similar to the blue whales, we created a time animation showing all the sightings of bottlenose dolphins from the start of the project in 2012 through 2020, and using those same 4-month intervals. You can see there's a little bit less seasonality in the sightings. We see them year-round as they feed in the area, but they also stay in the area to breed, travel, and socialize. In all of the years, we've observed bottlenose dolphins pods 234 times with a total of over 4,000 individuals. Group sizes average about 18 per pod, but we've seen them as small as 1 up to 200 different animals in one pod. Note on this map, each dolphin icon just represents a single sighting of a pod, not the actual numbers of individuals. But you can see that the locations are rather unpredictable. Sometimes they're close to the continental shelf, but they can also be found in deeper waters. And unlike the blue whales, we do see them very often off of Catalina Island. We don't really understand what explains the trends in where or when we observe bottlenose, and we hope that with photo ID, that will help us improve our understanding. One interesting thing is that they are often observed, sometimes observed with other species. For example, just the other day, we observed them and Risso's dolphins at the same time. So in the future, we hope to use drones to provide more insight into these relationships to be able to observe what they're actually doing underwater. And bottlenose dolphins face a number of threats, including disease, toxins, harassment, and noise pollution. So mapping the distribution will help us to identify areas of concern and provide useful information for management plans. Pollution. So mapping the distribution will help us to identify areas of concern and provide useful information for management plans. Sort of team of dedicated researchers who can quickly recognize the individuals. It becomes really difficult when you're dealing with a larger population, or especially with new students coming into the project frequently. So I realized pretty early on that I needed to figure out a different way to do the matching to prevent my students from going cross-eyed trying to do this work. So for a number of years, we investigated a variety of matching software, but a few years ago, we started working with Flukebook. And Flukebook is an AI program that uses a variety of algorithms to automatically trace the dorsal fin or the outline of the body part that's being used to identify. And then it looks for matches, and it gives you options that you can then select from. So it doesn't do the entire process, but it narrows it down quite a bit. So in this one, here's an example, and you can see that this picture on the left and picture on the right are the same animal. And in fact, in this case, it was 2 photos taken on the same day, which we wouldn't consider a resighting, but does demonstrate that the program is able to match the same animals. We currently have about 800 photos uploaded into Flukebook, and of the ones we've matched, which is about 80% so far, we had about 99 matches. Many of those were daily duplicates, but there were 47 individuals seen on multiple different days. This first image shows a very distinctive dolphin that was observed 3 years apart. The longest interval we found was 7 years between the first and last match. And here is another one that is very distinctive when you're looking at it from the photograph. This is, many people may know, Patches, a leucistic bottlenose that's quite famous in Southern California. We always get very excited whenever we see Patches. But if you look at his dorsal fin, it's actually quite clean, which makes it harder for the program to match it. But it did recognize that it was the same dorsal fin. And then, of course, we were able to confirm visually. Here's a map that was actually done from an earlier analysis in 2014, but this one found 3 matches that were found a few weeks apart. And what was interesting is that the 3 were all together in each pod, but the other individuals in the pod were different. And so this actually fits with what's known as a fission-fusion society, which seems to be characteristic of bottlenose in our study area, where they're not always in the same pod, but they do have some relationships that might be a little bit longer term. The final species that I would like to discuss is the Risso's dolphin. They're really interesting and actually were not observed in our water very often until the late 1980s. And it seems to be linked to a severe El Nino that happened in the early 1980s that displaced the pilot whales, which used to be very common in Southern California. And since that time, the Rissos seem to have come in and taken over the niche of the pilot whales. They're pretty distinct because of these unusual markings. They're actually born with a dark gray, and then they end up with lots of scars, which really makes it much easier for matching, but is also indicative of the fact that they have pretty rough interactions, both with one another and other species. Now, this picture also shows Casper, who's very unique. We are not sure if he's truly albino or if he's a leucistic animal, although with the eye image leans towards the albino. Risso's dolphins have a similar distribution to the bottlenose, being found throughout tropical and temperate waters, as you can see in this map, and they don't migrate seasonally, but they do seem to have very large home ranges, and they can be found offshore more often, and their behaviors seem to be very distinct in the different regions that they're found. For example, the pods in Monterey Bay are much larger than what we see locally in Southern California. And I've even observed Risso's dolphins in Palau, where they did a really interesting sailing behavior with their tail up in the air and moving through the water. And a lot of them were doing it all at the same time. And I've never seen anything like that off of California. Rissos are not considered endangered or threatened, but there's not a lot of information for our local population. This map shows where they've been found worldwide. And if you look at this image that shows the US, you can see they're found oftentimes near shore, but that may be biased due to sampling locations. And the last NOAA survey that I found published was in 2016 and didn't have a whole lot of information about the local stocks. So it's really important that we can try to contribute to our understanding of the species using photo ID. So this is a different type of map than I showed previously. This is what's called a heat map, which takes into account the effort and shows where there's greater concentration, with the yellow being the highest concentrations. And what you might notice is that although they're seen both off of Dana Point and Catalina Island, we see more for our effort off of the island. And we don't see them nearly as frequently as either the blues or the bottlenose. Since 2012, we have observed 63 pods with approximately 1,200 animals. Pod sizes range from 2 to 90, but an average of about 20 per pod. Similar to the bottlenose, we used Flukebook to match Risso's dolphins. And I had a student, Michelle Koopman, who started this project about a year and a half ago and did a really excellent analysis. What was interesting with the Rissos is because of their scar pattern, we were able to use different algorithms. So she actually used 3 different ones. 2 of them are based on the fin outlines, while the third uses pattern recognition based on the scar patterns. She sorted through over 2,000 photos and had to eliminate any that were out of focus or that were not the correct angle. And that left about 800 photos. And then for the program to find the dolphin, she had to help train it by placing boxes around each fin in the photo. And then she used all 3 different photos to match each image. From this, she was able to generate a population estimate. Now, in most cases, we wouldn't know if we had the same individual seen on the left and the right dorsal fin. And so, depending on whether we consider each one as unique or think that they're all, we just saw 2 different sides of the same, the population estimate ranges from 98 to 163 individual Risso's dolphins in our database. Many of the pods were observed off of Dana Point, but when we account for the fact that we do a lot more surveys in that area, we actually had more sightings for the effort off of Catalina Island. We also found that they were observed in deeper waters off of Catalina, which makes sense since they're targeting deep sea squid for their primary prey. One of the most interesting findings from this study was looking at their social structures. So this graphic shows the pods that were seen off of Catalina in blue squares and those off of Dana Point in the lavender oval shape. Each number represents a unique animal. 10 of the individuals were resighted 1 time, and those show up in the red font. 2 of the individuals were resighted twice, and those are shown in yellow. And these resightings occurred in 9 of the pods that are highlighted here. 4 of the individuals were resighted in completely new groups. 5 were resighted, but in groups of 3. And 1 group of 4, shown in blue, was resighted in 2 different pods. We were also able to look at the home range by mapping the resightings, and we found that 6 individuals were resighted between Catalina and Dana Point. And that's around 70 kilometers distance, assuming they went in a straight line. That's completely within their home ranges, as we know from other areas that home ranges can be up to about 500 kilometers. If we map 500 kilometers, that gets us up to the Monterey Bay area. And we do have colleagues working in that area, so we hope to do some comparisons with their catalogs to see if we have any matches between the regions. And so this really provides us with a lot more information about the species besides just how many there are and where they are by getting additional details from photographs. We are expanding our work to add other species to our catalogs, such as gray whales and humpbacks that we have many photos. And as we continue with developing our photo ID catalogs of the local marine mammal species, we can learn a lot more about their habitat use, their social relationships, estimate population abundance, and most importantly, connect with them as individuals. This quote by the famous oceanographer, Dr. Sylvia Earle, emphasizes the importance of protecting our ocean. She writes, quote, "We need to respect the oceans and take care of them as if our lives depended on it, because they do," end quote. And I believe that people are only inspired to conserve that which they feel some connection to. And as humans, we have an innate desire to feel connected to other animals, especially sentient beings like marine mammals. And if we can remember that these other animals have their own lives and experiences and recognize them as individuals and not just a number, we are more likely to fight to protect them.
Well, we thank Dr. Stell for that very interesting and enlightening presentation about studying those 3 specific species of marine mammals: the blue whale, the bottlenose dolphin, and the rhesus dolphins. We have many sightings of occasional sightings of rhesus dolphins in our area, and they do arrive here in very large groups, and they're very acrobatic and athletic, and they are sure are fun to watch. And the work she is doing and her students in being able to track these individuals, identify them, track their movements and their behaviors is incredible, and is definitely going to add to our knowledge of how these different species live and hopefully thrive in their ocean environment. So we do thank Dr. Stell for that presentation. And we thank all of the speakers today who participated in our 4th annual Ocean Life Symposium. The biggest thanks, of course, go to Thane and to Peggy for providing us with this venue to bring you these presentations. And hopefully those listening have learned things, and we thank you for your participation. As a quick summary, today we started with Dr. Robinson, who taught us about small island developing states, which she called SIDS, and how they are disproportionately vulnerable to sea level rise. That was followed by the amazing Jack Barkowski, who gave us an incredible update on large whale entanglements. The good, the bad, and the ugly associated with that situation. And we really respect and admire the work he and his colleagues are doing to at least minimize these entanglements. Laura Crane from the coast of Maine, who is studying salt marshes and collecting all sorts of important data to see how salt marshes are doing in these very challenging times of climate change and sea level rise. Howie Garrett, who taught us about the hopefulness of removing dams from the Elwha River and how that has greatly increased all sorts of biodiversity in the area, and mostly how it has provided a source of nourishment for the highly endangered southern resident orca whales. So that there's hope there, and the struggles that still remain in getting dams on the other rivers taken down so that they too can be restored to what they once were. And finally, our pre-recorded presentation by Dr. Stell, which was also fascinating, use of photo identification and her fluke book. It's a new tool to us. We have a local photographer here, Shari Goforth, who takes amazing photographs, particularly of the gray whales, and she's identified many of them. She had the opportunity to go up to Depot Bay this summer, and she saw some of the whales that she photographed right here off our coast. She was able to see them up in Depot Bay, which was very exciting for her. So, Scott, any closing?
Well, obviously, all of the speakers. It's good to see some old friends again. And I want to thank you all for tuning in, making us a success. While we've been sitting here, I've already been planning next year's and some special programs we can do that will more involve the local community, people in the community. And that's a wrap for 2022.
Thank you, Thane.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank
Thanks to all our speakers.
Yeah.
All right.
Speakers.
Well, with that, I guess I will close up the meeting and get us back to normally regularly scheduled programming, I guess so. Well, thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. To everyone still, this is KGUA 88.3 FM in Gualala. And we'll get you on to planetary radio here in a moment.